Imagine a world shrouded in the mists of time, where the whispers of an ancient civilization echo through the valleys and hills of central Italy. The Etruscans, a people often overshadowed by their more famous neighbors, the Romans, crafted a society rich in culture, art, and mystery. As we embark on this journey into the past, we'll unravel the threads that weave together the tapestry of Etruscan life, exploring their achievements, beliefs, and the enduring enigma that surrounds them. The Etruscans inhabited the region known as Etruria, a land that spanned modern-day Tuscany, Lazio, and parts of Umbria. This vibrant civilization flourished between the 9th and 3rd centuries BCE, a period marked by prosperity and innovation. Yet, despite their significant contributions to the development of Rome and the broader Italian peninsula, much about the Etruscans remains elusive. Who were they and how did they shape the course of history? To understand the Etruscans, we must first delve into their origins, a topic that has perplexed historians for centuries. Some scholars argue that they were indigenous to the region, evolving from the local Villanovan culture. Others propose a more exotic theory, suggesting that they hailed from the shores of the ancient Near East, perhaps even Anatolia. This debate rages on, but what is certain is that the Etruscans emerged as a distinct culture by the 8th century BCE, leaving behind a legacy that would influence one of the greatest civilizations in history. As we explore their society, we encounter a people deeply connected to the world around them. The Etruscans were skilled metalworkers, artisans, and traders, establishing a network that stretched across the Mediterranean. Their cities, such as Tarquinia, Veii, and Cerveteri, were bustling hubs of commerce and culture. Etruscan merchants exchanged goods with the Greeks, Phoenicians, and other Mediterranean civilizations, facilitating the flow of ideas and materials. Yet, it was not just trade that defined Etruscan society, it was also their rich spiritual life. The Etruscans practiced a polytheistic religion, worshipping a pantheon of gods who governed every aspect of existence. They believed in the power of augury, interpreting the will of the gods through the flight patterns of birds and other natural phenomena. This reverence for the divine was meticulously documented in their intricate tomb paintings and inscriptions, providing a glimpse into their beliefs about the afterlife. One of the most extraordinary aspects of Etruscan culture is their elaborate burial practices. The Etruscans constructed grand tombs, often adorned with detailed frescoes that depicted scenes from daily life, mythological narratives, and banquets. These tombs served not only as final resting places, but also as a statement of status and wealth. The artistry of these burial sites reveals the Etruscans' appreciation for beauty and their understanding of life beyond death. The painted figures, often reclining at tables laden with food, suggest a belief in a continuation of earthly pleasures in the afterlife. Amidst the grandeur of their tombs, we also find an intriguing glimpse into Etruscan women's lives. Contrary to the norms of many ancient cultures, Etruscan women enjoyed a level of freedom and respect. They participated in social and religious activities alongside men, often depicted in art as equals. This unique aspect of Etruscan society challenges our preconceptions and invites us to reconsider the roles of women in ancient civilizations. As we delve deeper into Etruscan life, we cannot ignore their remarkable contributions to architecture and engineering. The Etruscans pioneered the use of the arch, a technique that would later be perfected by the Romans. Their cities featured impressive temples, elaborate drainage systems, and intricate road networks, showcasing their advanced understanding of urban planning. The layout of Etruscan cities, often organized around a central forum, would lay the groundwork for the future development of Roman urban design. Yet, despite their achievements, the Etruscans faced the looming threat of external forces. As the power of Rome began to rise in the 3rd century BCE, the Etruscans found themselves in a precarious position. The Romans, who had absorbed many aspects of Etruscan culture, saw the Etruscans as both rivals and sources of inspiration. The two civilizations engaged in a complex dance of conflict and assimilation, with Etruscan customs and traditions gradually melding into the burgeoning Roman identity. As Rome expanded its territory, the Etruscan influence began to wane. The once great cities fell under Roman control, and the Etruscan language, once spoken widely, faded into obscurity. Yet even as the Etruscans were absorbed into the Roman Empire, their legacy endured in ways both profound and subtle. The Romans adopted Etruscan religious practices, architectural styles, and even elements of their political system. The soothsaying priests, the augurs, and the practice of divination owe their origins to Etruscan traditions. In the face of this transformation, one might wonder, what remains of the Etruscans today? Their art and artifacts continue to captivate scholars and enthusiasts alike, with the exquisite bronze mirrors, intricately carved sarcophagi, and vivid pottery offering tantalizing glimpses into their world. The Etruscan language, though largely undeciphered, holds the key to unlocking more of their secrets. Linguists and archaeologists tirelessly work to decode the inscriptions that have survived, hoping to piece together stories that have long been lost to time. The Etruscans were not merely a precursor to Rome. They were a civilization that shaped the very foundations of Western culture. Their artistic achievements, religious practices, and social structures laid the groundwork for future societies. As we reflect on the Etruscans, we are reminded of the complexity of history, where civilizations rise and fall, leaving behind echoes of their existence. As we conclude our exploration of the Etruscans, we are left with more questions than answers. Their civilization, marked by mystery and creativity, invites us to ponder our own place in the continuum of history. What lessons can we learn from the Etruscans, and how do their stories resonate with our modern lives? Perhaps in the end, it is the mystery itself that draws us closer, urging us to seek knowledge in the forgotten corners of our past. Join us in our next chapter as we continue our journey through time, unraveling the threads of another ancient civilization that shaped the world as we know it. The echoes of history beckon us forward, inviting us to discover the legacies that endure, waiting to be uncovered and understood. Imagine standing on a sun-drenched hilltop in central Italy, where the whispers of ancient civilizations echo through the winds. Below you lie the remnants of Etruscan towns, their ruins crumbling yet proud, holding secrets of a culture that flourished long before the rise of Rome. What drove these people? What beliefs shaped their lives and ultimately their fate? To unravel the tapestry of Etruscan faith is to embark on a journey through time, exploring the roots and influences that crafted a spiritual landscape rich in symbolism and ritual. The Etruscans, flourishing between the 8th and 3rd centuries BCE, were a civilization deeply interconnected with their environment. They inhabited a region known as Etruria, stretching across what we now recognize as Tuscany, parts of Umbria, and Lazio. Their faith was not merely a set of beliefs. It was a way of life intricately woven into the fabric of their daily existence. But where did these beliefs originate, and what external influences shaped their spiritual practices? To understand the genesis of Etruscan faith, we must journey back to its roots, exploring the diverse elements that contributed to its development. The Etruscans were not isolated. They were part of a vibrant Mediterranean world, a crossroads of cultures where ideas flowed freely. Among the earliest influences were the indigenous Italic tribes. These groups, with their own animistic beliefs, viewed the natural world as inhabited by spirits. Nature was alive, and every tree, river, and mountain was a potential dwelling place for divine forces. As we delve deeper, we find that contact with neighboring cultures played a pivotal role in shaping Etruscan spirituality. The Greeks, with their polytheistic pantheon, brought forth a plethora of deities and stories that captivated the Etruscan imagination. The Etruscans adopted many Greek gods, often merging them with their own, creating a unique hybrid of worship. For instance, the Etruscan god Tinia mirrored the Greek Zeus, a supreme deity wielding thunder and lightning. This fusion of beliefs was not merely an act of imitation, it was a dynamic process that reflected the Etruscans' adaptability and reverence for the divine. Trade routes and colonization fostered this exchange of ideas. The Etruscans established extensive trade networks, reaching as far as the eastern Mediterranean. Through these connections, they encountered Egyptian, Near Eastern, and even Celtic influences. The mystical symbols and rituals of these cultures found their way into Etruscan practices, enriching their spiritual life. For instance, the practice of divination, particularly the reading of omens through the inspection of animal entrails, was believed to have been inspired by the religious customs of the Near East. One of the most fascinating aspects of Etruscan faith is its emphasis on the afterlife. Unlike many of their contemporaries, the Etruscans believed in an eternal existence beyond death. Their tombs, lavishly adorned with frescoes and filled with goods, testify to a culture that revered the deceased. These burial practices were steeped in their beliefs about the afterlife, reflecting a profound understanding of death as a transition rather than an end. In this context, the Etruscans viewed the afterlife as a continuation of life on Earth, a realm where the deceased could enjoy the comforts they had known during their mortal existence. The tombs of Tarquinia and Cerveteri, with their intricate wall paintings depicting banquets, music, and daily activities, reveal much about the Etruscan view of life after death. They believed that maintaining a connection with the dead was crucial. The living had a responsibility to honor their ancestors through rituals and offerings. This reverence for the past created a profound sense of community, binding families and clans together in shared beliefs and practices. As we explore the symbols that permeated Etruscan faith, we uncover a rich tapestry of meaning. The Etruscans utilized a wide array of symbols, many of which found their roots in the natural world. The serpent, for example, represented fertility and regeneration, a powerful emblem of life and death intertwined. Similarly, the concept of the man in the moon reflected their understanding of cosmic cycles and the interplay between the heavens and the earth. Such symbols were not mere decoration. They held profound spiritual significance, guiding the Etruscans in their understanding of the universe. The practice of rituals was equally important. Etruscan religion was characterized by elaborate ceremonies that involved music, dance, and sacrifices. These rituals were not only a means of appeasing the gods, but also a way to connect with the divine. The Etruscans believed that through ritual, they could communicate with the spiritual realm, seeking guidance and favor. Festivals celebrating agricultural cycles, the changing of seasons, and important life events were woven into the calendar of Etruscan life, serving to reinforce their beliefs and foster communal bonds. As we reflect on the influences that shaped Etruscan faith, it becomes evident that this civilization was a melting pot of ideas and traditions. Their ability to assimilate and adapt different elements into their own belief system is a testament to their cultural richness. The Etruscans were not mere imitators, they were innovators, transforming the spiritual practices of others into a distinctive faith that resonated with their unique identity. Yet the story of Etruscan faith does not end here. As Rome began to rise, the Etruscans faced challenges that would test the very foundations of their beliefs. The encroaching power of the Roman Republic brought with it a new set of religious practices and ideologies that threatened to overshadow Etruscan traditions. The assimilation into Roman culture would inevitably lead to a dilution of their distinct spiritual identity. However, the legacy of Etruscan faith endures. Elements of their beliefs and practices have persisted, woven into the fabric of Roman religion and influencing the spiritual landscape of future generations. The rituals, symbols, and ideas that flourished in Etruria did not vanish. Instead, they transformed, leaving an indelible mark on the world that followed. In contemplating the origins of Etruscan faith, we discover a civilization that was deeply attuned to the mysteries of life and death, to the rhythms of nature, and to the connections between the divine and the mundane. Their spiritual journey, shaped by a confluence of influences, offers us a glimpse into a world where belief was not static but dynamic, evolving as the Etruscans navigated the complexities of their existence. As we conclude this exploration of Etruscan faith, we are reminded that the search for meaning, connection, and understanding is a timeless endeavor. The echoes of the past resonate in our own spiritual quests, urging us to seek, to question, and to honor the legacy of those who walked this earth long before us. In the shadows of the ancient hills of Etruria, the stories of the Etruscans continue to whisper, inviting us to listen, to learn, and to reflect on the profound mysteries of faith that unite us all. Imagine wandering through the lush landscapes of ancient Italy, where verdant hills cradle vibrant towns and the whispers of history float through the air like an elusive melody. This was once the realm of the Etruscans, a civilization that flourished long before the rise of Rome. Though their existence has often been overshadowed by the empire that followed, the secrets of the Etruscans linger just beneath the surface, waiting to be uncovered. Today, we delve into one of their most profound mysteries, the lost books of the Etruscans, sacred texts that may hold the key to understanding their enigmatic culture and beliefs. The Etruscans, known for their advanced metallurgy, intricate art, and complex society, left behind a legacy that is both captivating and perplexing. Yet, much of their written knowledge has vanished, consumed by the passage of time. The few texts that have survived provide a glimpse into their worldview, yet the true depth of their wisdom remains buried. What might these lost books have revealed? What ancient secrets did they hold, and why were they lost to the ages? To understand the significance of these texts, we must first journey into the heart of Etruscan spirituality. The Etruscans possessed a rich pantheon of gods and goddesses, each representing different aspects of life and nature. Their belief system was deeply intertwined with the cosmos, a celestial dance of divine forces influencing earthly matters. Priests known as haruspices interpreted the will of the gods through the examination of animal entrails, a practice that underscored their reliance on divine guidance. In their sacred texts, the Etruscans likely chronicled these rituals, offering insights into their religious practices and the philosophical underpinnings of their society. The lost books may have contained prayers, hymns, or even detailed instructions on how to commune with the divine. Imagine the ancient priests reciting these incantations, their voices rising in harmony with the rustling leaves and the distant echoes of nature. The connection they forged with the cosmos was not merely ritualistic, it was a deeply ingrained aspect of their identity. Yet, as we explore the fragments of Etruscan literature that remain, we must confront the stark reality of their loss. A significant portion of their writings was likely destroyed during the Roman conquest, when the Etruscans were absorbed into the expanding empire. The Romans viewed their predecessor with a mixture of admiration and disdain, appropriating their artistry while systematically erasing their cultural markers. It is believed that during this tumultuous period, libraries filled with Etruscan texts were lost, leaving only a few tantalizing pieces behind. Among these remnants is the famous Liber Linteus, a linen book dating back to the 3rd century BCE. Discovered in the late 19th century, this unique artifact is the longest-known Etruscan text and provides invaluable insight into their language and culture. Yet, it remains a puzzle, as scholars continue to decipher its intricate script. What knowledge might lie within its fibers? Could it be a fragment of a larger work? Perhaps a liturgical text that once guided their spiritual practices? Another notable work is the Tomb of the Diver, an exquisite burial site that showcases Etruscan art and thought. The frescoes adorning its walls depict a symposium, a gathering that reveals their views on life, death, and the afterlife. The imagery suggests a belief in an eternal existence, a continuation beyond the mortal coil. These themes likely resonated with the lost texts, which could have articulated their understanding of life's transience and the journey toward the afterlife. As we sift through these fragments, we encounter scholars and archaeologists who dedicate their lives to piecing together the Etruscan narrative. Their passion illuminates the importance of these lost texts, not only as a window into Etruscan spirituality, but also as a testament to the resilience of human thought. Each discovery brings us closer to a fuller understanding of a civilization that thrived in the shadows of history. One cannot help but wonder about the voices that remain silent, the authors whose thoughts and beliefs were never recorded or have been forever lost. What stories did they yearn to share? What wisdom did they wish to pass down through generations? The notion that entire libraries of knowledge vanished without a trace is a haunting reminder of the fragility of history. In an era where information is abundant, the Etruscans' plight urges us to cherish and preserve our narratives before they too fade into obscurity. The quest for the lost books of the Etruscans is not merely an archaeological endeavor, it is a deeply human pursuit. It speaks to our innate desire to connect with the past, to understand the threads that weave together our collective identity. As we excavate the ruins of Etruscan towns, we unearth not just artifacts but the remnants of a worldview that shaped a civilization. Each artifact, each fragment, each inscription is a testament to their existence and a bridge to our own. In this age of rediscovery, the lost texts beckon us to explore the intersection of history and mythology. The Etruscans revered the natural world, believing it was imbued with divine significance. Their texts may have chronicled the changing seasons, the rhythms of the earth, and the celestial events that guided their lives. Such insights could illuminate our understanding of how they navigated their existence, drawing parallels to our own relationship with nature. As we navigate the labyrinth of Etruscan thought, we discover that their influence extended beyond their borders. The Romans, who would eventually overshadow them, absorbed many Etruscan customs, from religious practices to artistic styles. The echoes of Etruscan wisdom can be traced in the annals of Roman literature and philosophy. This cultural exchange raises profound questions about the nature of influence, legacy, and the interconnectedness of civilizations. In the grand tapestry of history, the lost books of the Etruscans represent not just an absence, but a profound invitation to engage with their legacy. As we piece together the fragments of their culture, we come to understand that the Etruscans were not merely a precursor to Rome, but a civilization rich in complexity, creativity, and spirituality. Their sacred texts, though lost, continue to resonate in our quest for knowledge, understanding, and connection. As we conclude our exploration, we are left with the tantalizing possibility that the lost books of the Etruscans may yet be found. Archaeological endeavors continue to unearth new sites, and advancements in technology allow us to analyze ancient texts in ways previously unimaginable. The hope remains that one day we might uncover additional pieces of this literary puzzle, breathing life into the Etruscan narrative and revealing the profound wisdom that has long been silenced. In the end, the story of the Etruscans, their sacred texts, and their enduring influence is a reminder of the importance of preserving our own stories. As we navigate the complexities of the present, we must remain vigilant in safeguarding the narratives that define us. For in the echoes of the past, we find the threads that connect us to our humanity, guiding us toward a future filled with understanding, empathy, and reverence for the journey that lies ahead. When one thinks of ancient civilizations, the grandiosity of the Greeks and Romans often overshadow the remarkable culture of the Etruscans. Yet, nestled in the rolling hills of Tuscany, a world rich in mythology and divine beings thrived long before the rise of Rome. Today, we embark on a journey to explore the pantheon, gods of the Etruscan world, where divinity intermingles with daily life, and the supernatural shapes the very fabric of existence. Imagine walking through the sun-kissed fields of ancient Etruria. The air is laced with the scent of olive trees and wild herbs, while the distant sound of a flute echoes through the valleys. It is here, amidst this serene landscape, that the Etruscans forged a profound connection with their gods. Their pantheon, a tapestry of deities, reflected not only their beliefs but also their aspirations, fears, and the very essence of their civilization. At the heart of Etruscan spirituality was Tinia, their chief god, revered as the equivalent of Zeus in Greek mythology. Tinia reigned supreme over the skies, wielding thunderbolts and overseeing both mortals and immortals. His presence was felt not only in the heavens, but also in the rituals and ceremonies that marked the lives of the Etruscan people. Worshippers would gather at grand temples adorned with intricate frescoes depicting his majestic form, often accompanied by signs of his power, eagles soaring high, bolts of lightning illuminating the sky. Yet, Tinia was not alone. The Etruscan pantheon boasted a myriad of deities, each embodying specific aspects of life. Take Uni, Tinia's consort, a goddess of fertility and motherhood. She was invoked in prayers for bountiful harvests and safe childbirth, her nurturing spirit a source of comfort for families. Temples dedicated to Uni were adorned with symbols of fertility, plenty of fruits, flowers, and even images of women cradling children. The Etruscans understood the delicate balance of life, and in Uni they found a divine protector of their most cherished moments. In stark contrast to the nurturing aspects of Uni, we find the formidable presence of the god known as Hades, or more aptly, Aita, in the Etruscan language. Aita presided over the underworld, a realm shrouded in mystery and fear. The Etruscans held a profound respect for death, viewing it not as an end, but as a transformation. Elaborate tombs were constructed, filled with offerings meant to appease Aita, ensuring safe passage for the deceased into the afterlife. It was believed that a generous tribute would grant favor, allowing loved ones to visit their ancestors and seek guidance from beyond. As we delve deeper into the Etruscan belief system, we encounter the powerful goddess of the earth, Selvens. Often depicted with a crown of foliage, she was the embodiment of nature's bounty and the protector of the woodland realms. The Etruscans celebrated her during the harvest festival, where communities would gather to give thanks for the land's generosity. It was a time of joy, music, and dance, as they honored the very essence of life that Selvens bestowed upon them. The Etruscan pantheon also included lesser-known deities, each serving a unique purpose. One such figure was Turan, the goddess of love and beauty, whose influence was felt in matters of the heart. The Etruscans believed that the spark of love was a gift from Turan, a divine force that could ignite passion and create bonds between people. Statues of Turan adorned homes and temples, serving as a reminder to cherish love in all its forms. In the realm of the skies, we cannot overlook the presence of the god of the winds, Usil. He was seen as an essential force, guiding sailors across the vast Mediterranean and bringing rain to the parched fields. the Etruscans revered Usil, often offering prayers for favorable weather, ensuring their crops could thrive and their journeys be safe. His image, often depicted with wings, symbolized the ever-changing currents of life, both unpredictable and necessary. The Etruscans were not merely passive recipients of divine favor. They actively sought to understand and appease their gods through rituals and divination. The practice of haruspicy, where priests would examine the entrails of sacrificed animals, played a crucial role in Etruscan society. This ancient form of divination was believed to provide insight into the will of the gods, guiding decisions from matters of state to personal dilemmas. Through the art of haruspicy, the Etruscans bridged the gap between the mortal realm and the divine, seeking guidance to navigate the complexities of life. The connection between the Etruscans and their deities was vividly illustrated in their funerary practices. Tombs served not just as final resting places, but as elaborate homes for the deceased in the afterlife. The Etruscans believed that death was merely a doorway to another existence, and so they adorned their tombs with vibrant frescoes depicting scenes of daily life, feasting, and divine interactions. These artworks revealed their hopes and aspirations for the afterlife, showcasing a vivid belief in the continued presence of their gods in the world beyond. As we explore the legacy of the Etruscan pantheon, we must acknowledge the profound impact it had on the subsequent Roman civilization. Many Etruscan deities were adopted and adapted by the Romans, their names and attributes woven into the fabric of Roman religion. Tinia became Jupiter, Uni transitioned into Juno, and Aita evolved into Pluto. The Romans, inheriting this rich tapestry of mythology, would go on to create their own pantheon. Yet the roots of their beliefs can be traced back to the Etruscans, who first breathed life into these divine figures. In the whispers of the wind through the olive groves, in the laughter of children playing by the riverside, and in the solemnity of ancient tombs, the Etruscan gods still linger. Their stories, though often overshadowed by their Roman successors, remain a testament to a civilization that understood the intricate dance between the divine and the mortal. The Etruscans lived in a world where the gods were not distant figures, but active participants in their lives, guiding them through the joys and challenges that defined their existence. As we conclude this chapter on the Etruscan pantheon, we invite you to reflect on the importance of mythology in shaping cultural identity. The gods that once walked among the Etruscans remind us of our shared human experience, our quests for love, understanding, and connection with something greater than ourselves. In this ancient world, where the divine intertwined with the everyday, we find echoes of our own desires and fears, reminding us that the stories of the past continue to resonate through time. Join us next as we journey further into the heart of Etruscan civilization, uncovering the artistry, architecture, and innovations that defined their legacy. The Etruscans may have faded into history, but their influence endures, inviting us to explore the depths of their remarkable world. In the ancient world of Etruria, where the rolling hills kissed the sky and the rivers whispered secrets of the past, a powerful triad of deities reigned supreme. They were not just gods, they were the embodiment of the Etruscan spirit, intertwining the realms of war, wisdom, and love. Their names echoed through the ages: Tinia, Uni, and Minerva. This is the story of the Great Triad, a narrative woven into the very fabric of Etruscan life and culture. Imagine standing in a bustling Etruscan city, where the air is thick with the scent of incense and the sounds of artisans at work fill the streets. The people of this ancient civilization looked to their gods for guidance, protection, and inspiration. Among these divine figures, Tinia stood tall, revered as the chief god, akin to the mighty Jupiter of the Romans. His presence was felt in every bolt of lightning and every thunderous roar. To the Etruscans, Tinia was the ruler of the sky, the orchestrator of fate, and a warrior who led them into battle. Tenia's power was not merely a matter of belief, it shaped the very essence of Etruscan society. Temples dedicated to him punctuated the landscape, adorned with intricate murals and statues that celebrated his glory. The people would gather, hearts pounding with anticipation, to witness the rituals that paid homage to their sky god. Sacrifices of wine and grain, accompanied by fervent prayers, were offered to ensure his favor in times of peace and conflict alike. But what was it about Tenia that inspired such devotion? Perhaps it was his dual nature, a protector and a punisher. In times of war, he was the fierce guardian of the Etruscan cities, guiding their armies with a commanding presence. When peace prevailed, he was the benevolent overseer, ensuring the fertility of the fields and the prosperity of the people. This balance between might and mercy made Tenia a complex figure, one who reflected the very struggles and triumphs of the Etruscans themselves. As we delve deeper into this triad, we encounter Uni, the goddess who complemented Tenia's power with grace and wisdom. She was the embodiment of love and fertility, a protector of the family and the hearth. The Etruscans revered her as the queen of the gods, the one who invoked harmony within the community. Her influence extended to the hearts of men and women, inspiring love, compassion, and the bonds that held families together. Uni's role was not confined to the domestic sphere. She was also a fierce warrior, participating alongside Tenia in the battles that defined Etruscan history. The people honored her with rituals that celebrated both her nurturing spirit and her formidable strength. In the temples dedicated to her, the statues gleamed in the flickering candlelight, capturing the essence of her divine femininity and indomitable will. The very fabric of Etruscan life was interwoven with her presence as she inspired artists, poets, and leaders alike. Minerva, the third member of this powerful triad, brought a unique dynamic to the trio. Often associated with wisdom and strategy, she was a goddess of war, yet her approach was markedly different from that of Tenia. Where Tenia represented brute force and raw power, Minerva embodied intellect and cunning. She was a strategist, revered for her ability to navigate the complexities of conflict with unparalleled insight. The Etruscans honored her with tales of her bravery and wit, believing that she guided them not just in battle, but in the choices that shaped their lives. Minerva's dual role as both a warrior and a wise counselor made her a figure of immense respect. She was often depicted with a helmet and breastplate, wielding a spear, yet her expressions conveyed a depth of understanding that went beyond combat. In the eyes of the Etruscans, she was a mentor, a guiding light in dark times, and a fierce protector of those who sought justice and truth. Her presence ensured that wisdom was valued just as much as strength, a lesson that resonated deeply within Etruscan society. The interplay among Tenia, Uni, and Minerva created a rich tapestry of belief that permeated every aspect of life in Etruria. Festivals were held in their honor, vibrant celebrations that blended music, dance, and offerings. The Etruscans understood the importance of balance between war and peace, love and power, wisdom and might. This triad represented the harmony they aspired to achieve in their lives. As we explore the legacy of the Great Triad, we cannot overlook the profound influence they had on Etruscan art and architecture. Temples dedicated to these deities were not mere structures. They were sacred spaces that encapsulated the Etruscan worldview. Murals depicting the gods adorned the walls, capturing moments of divine intervention and the stories of their mythic exploits. Sculptures, often crafted with exquisite detail, brought these deities to life, allowing worshippers to connect with their essence on a personal level. The artistic representations of Tenia, Uni, and Minerva reveal much about Etruscan values and beliefs. Tenia, with his commanding presence, was often depicted in majestic postures, a fierce gaze piercing through time. Uni, radiating grace and strength, was portrayed with flowing garments and a gentle smile, embodying the nurturing aspects of the goddess. Minerva, fierce and wise, was depicted in dynamic poses, her armor shining, a testament to her dual role as a warrior and a strategist. While the Etruscans revered their gods, they also understood the importance of human agency. The relationship between the divine and the mortal was not one-sided. It was a partnership built on respect and reciprocity. The Etruscans believed that by honoring their gods through rituals, they could influence the divine will, shaping their destinies in the process. This interplay created a vibrant culture that celebrated both the celestial and the earthly. Yet, as we know, the tides of history are ever changing. The rise of the Roman Empire marked a turning point for the Etruscans, leading to the gradual decline of their civilization. The Great Triad, once at the heart of Etruscan life, began to fade from prominence. The temples that once stood proudly fell into ruin, and the stories of Tinia, Uni, and Minerva were slowly eclipsed by the narratives of the new dominant power. Despite this decline, the legacy of the Great Triad endures, echoing through the corridors of time. Their influence can be seen not only in the remnants of Etruscan art and architecture, but also in the stories and myths that continue to inspire. The themes of love, wisdom, and strength resonate across cultures and epochs, reminding us of the universal human experience. As we reflect on the significance of Tinia, Uni, and Minerva, we find a powerful message woven into their narratives, the importance of balance in our lives. The Etruscan Triad teaches us that strength is not merely about power, it is also about wisdom and compassion. Love is not just a feeling, it is a force that can shape communities and foster connections. And wisdom is not solely the domain of scholars, it resides within each of us, guiding our decisions and actions. The Great Triad of Etruria stands as a testament to the enduring nature of belief and the profound impact of mythology on human civilization. Their stories, once vibrant and alive, now serve as whispers of a past that shaped the present. In understanding these deities, we gain insight not only into the Etruscan culture, but also into the shared values that unite us across time and space. In the dim light of ancient civilizations, as the sun dipped below the horizon, a realm existed beyond the reach of the living, a place where shadows danced and whispered secrets to those who dared to venture close. This is not merely a tale of darkness, but a journey into the enigmatic world of Aita, the god of the underworld. Today, we delve into his dominion, a kingdom shrouded in mystery, where the boundaries between life and death blur and the fates of souls intertwine. Aita is often portrayed as a somber figure, cloaked in shades of twilight, embodying the very essence of death and the afterlife. Yet to define him solely by his dominion is to overlook the layers of complexity that weave through his character. In many ancient texts, Aita is depicted not just as a ruler of the dead, but as a guardian of the souls that pass into his realm. He stands at the threshold, a sentinel watching over the fragile boundary that separates the living from the departed. As we embark on this exploration, imagine a world where the afterlife is not merely a destination, but a journey. Aita's realm, often referred to as the underworld, is a vivid tapestry of landscapes from desolate plains to lush fields, each section catering to the souls that traverse its paths. Here, the spirits of the departed are not forgotten. They are celebrated, mourned, and guided by Aita himself. But how did Aita come to embody such a pivotal role? The roots of his mythology are deeply embedded in the stories of ancient peoples who sought to understand the mysteries of death and the hereafter. To them, Aita was not an embodiment of fear, but rather a necessary part of the cycle of existence. The Greeks and Romans often depicted him in their art and literature, painting a picture of a dignified overseer rather than a malevolent force. They believed that he offered solace and guidance to those who had passed on, ensuring that their journeys into the afterlife were met with compassion. As we delve deeper, we encounter the rituals and beliefs surrounding Aita. The ancient Greeks, for instance, would perform offerings at gravesites, leaving tokens of remembrance to appease him and seek his favor for the souls of their loved ones. These offerings were not mere gestures of superstition, but acts of love and respect, a way to maintain a connection with those who had crossed the threshold into the unknown. In essence, Aita became a bridge between the living and the dead, a figure of reverence in a world that grappled with the inevitability of mortality. The stories of Aita are also interwoven with tales of other deities, each representing different aspects of death and the afterlife. In this intricate mythology, he shares the stage with figures like Persephone, the queen of the underworld, who embodies the cycle of life and rebirth. Their relationship is emblematic of the balance between darkness and light, a reflection of the duality that exists within all of us. Together, they rule over a realm that is as much about transformation and renewal as it is about endings. Venturing further into Aita's domain, we find the river Styx, a key element in the journey of souls. This river, a boundary between the world of the living and the underworld, is often depicted in literature as both a source of fear and a necessary passage. Souls, guided by Charon, the ferryman, must cross this river to enter Aita's realm. It is here that the weight of their earthly deeds is measured, a moment of reckoning before they are welcomed into the fold of the afterlife. The crossing symbolizes not just a physical journey, but a profound transition, one that reflects the choices made in life and the legacy left behind. The landscape of Aita's realm is indeed varied, ranging from the barren fields of Asphodel, where the ordinary souls linger, to the blissful Elysium, reserved for the virtuous. Each area serves as a testament to the ancient belief that our actions in life have consequences in death. Aita, as the architect of this realm, ensures that each soul finds its rightful place, offering both justice and compassion. It is a reminder that in the grand tapestry of existence, every thread matters. As we traverse the winding paths of Aita's kingdom, we encounter the souls who inhabit it. Some are content, surrounded by the echoes of their former lives, while others are lost, searching for closure. Aita, in his wisdom, provides them with the guidance they need, reminding us that even in darkness, there is a flicker of hope. His role extends beyond mere governance. He is a teacher, a mentor, and a facilitator of growth, helping souls navigate their pasts as they prepare for whatever lies beyond. The myths surrounding Aita also reveal his interactions with the living. He is often called upon in times of grief, a silent witness to the heartache of those left behind. Ancient rituals imbued with reverence sought to honor him and the souls he shepherded. It was believed that by acknowledging Aita, the living could find peace in their own mortality, transforming fear into acceptance. This reciprocal relationship between the living and the dead underscores a fundamental truth, that death, while daunting, is also an integral part of life. Yet, not all stories within Aita's realm are tales of peace. There are darker narratives woven into the fabric of his mythology, where the souls of the wicked face their just rewards. These tales serve as cautionary reminders, emphasizing the importance of virtue and integrity in life. Aita, as the arbiter of these fates, reflects the moral compass of the society that birthed him. He embodies the consequences of choices made, ensuring that justice prevails even in the afterlife. As we begin to wrap our journey through Aita's world, we must acknowledge the profound impact he has had on cultures and societies throughout history. His influence extends beyond mythology, seeping into literature, art, and philosophy. The archetype of the underworld overseer has evolved, yet the essence of Aita remains, a guardian of the threshold, a keeper of secrets, and a reminder of the interconnectedness of all lives. In contemplating Aita's legacy, we are invited to reflect on our own lives and the choices we make. The stories of Aita challenge us to embrace the inevitable, to find meaning in our existence, and to honor those who have come before us. The god of the underworld teaches us that every ending is but a prelude to a new beginning, and in this cycle, there is beauty to be found. As we conclude this chapter of our exploration, let us carry with us the wisdom of Aita and the understanding that the journey through life and death is not one to be feared, but rather embraced with open hearts. In the realm of Aita, we discover not just the finality of death, but the enduring spirit of life that transcends even the darkest depths. Lightning, a celestial phenomenon that ignites our imagination and instills a sense of awe, has captivated humanity for centuries. It crackles through the sky, illuminating the dark with its fierce brilliance, and has long been associated with the divine, the mystical, and the unknown. But what if the lightning that dances above us is not merely a spectacle of nature, but a messenger of the gods, a guide to our destiny? Today, we will delve into the ancient practice of divination by lightning, exploring how our ancestors interpreted the flashes in the sky to glean insights into their lives and futures. Imagine a time long before the convenience of weather forecasts or the knowledge of meteorology. Our forebears looked to the heavens not just as a source of rain or sunshine, but as a tapestry of signs woven by unseen hands. When thunder roared and lightning split the sky, they gathered beneath the looming clouds, hearts racing, minds alight with possibilities. Each bolt of lightning was an omen, a signal from the cosmos, laden with meaning. But how did they decipher these messages? What truths did they believe resided in the electrifying dance of the storm? Across cultures and throughout history, lightning has held profound significance. In ancient Greece, the great god Zeus wielded the thunderbolt as a symbol of his power and authority. His lightning was not random, it was a deliberate act, a divine communication with humanity. To the Greeks, seeing a flash of lightning during a time of decision was an imperative to heed the call of the gods. It was said that if one stood at a crossroads, the direction illuminated by lightning could guide them toward their fate. In the indigenous cultures of North America, lightning was also revered. The Lakota people believed that lightning was a manifestation of Wiyaska, the spirit of the storm. They would observe the patterns of lightning strikes, interpreting the frequency and intensity as messages from the spirit world. To them, each strike could foreshadow future events or reveal hidden truths, offering guidance to those who knew how to listen. But divination by lightning wasn't just about interpretation, it was also about relationship. Many cultures engaged in rituals to honor the spirits of thunder and lightning, seeking favor, protection, or insight. The ancient Celts, for example, would perform ceremonies to invoke the power of the storm, believing that the energy of lightning could enhance their prophetic abilities. They would gather in sacred groves, waiting for the thunder to rumble, using the moment of lightning to connect with the divine. As we traverse the globe, we find that the practice of reading lightning is steeped in a rich tapestry of beliefs and customs. In Africa, the Yoruba people of Nigeria view lightning as a powerful force, associated with their god, Shango. For them, lightning is not just a natural occurrence. It is a direct connection to the divine. They would often consult the skies during storms, believing that the pattern of lightning could unveil the hidden truths of their lives. Rituals involving the offerings to Shango were common, aimed at securing blessings and guidance during times of uncertainty. In the Far East, particularly in Chinese culture, lightning has also been woven into the fabric of divination. The ancient practice of I Ching, or the Book of Changes, often employed the symbols of thunder and lightning to provide insights into life's questions. The suddenness of a lightning strike mirrored the unpredictable nature of change, and by interpreting these symbols, individuals could navigate the complexities of their existence. Throughout history, the practice of divination by lightning has not only served as a means of seeking knowledge, but also as a way to foster community. People would gather to share their interpretations and experiences, weaving a collective understanding of the messages conveyed by the storm. These gatherings became a source of strength, where individuals found solace in shared beliefs and the comforting presence of others. The act of interpreting lightning was not merely an individual pursuit, it was a communal ritual that fortified bonds within societies. As we reflect on the significance of lightning as a divine messenger, we must also consider the implications of our modern relationship with nature. In an era dominated by technology, where we can predict the weather with remarkable accuracy, we may be tempted to dismiss the awe and reverence that our ancestors held for the storm. Yet perhaps there is value in rekindling that connection, in recognizing that even in our advanced understanding, the natural world still holds mysteries beyond our comprehension. Consider the moments when a storm brews on the horizon. The air thickens with anticipation, the clouds twist into ominous shapes, and the first crack of thunder echoes in the distance. In these fleeting moments, we are reminded of our own humanness, of our vulnerability in the face of nature's might. The lightning that streaks across the sky is a reminder of the power that exists beyond our control, a force that can bring destruction but also renewal. It is in this duality that we find the essence of divination by lightning, an acknowledgement of the unpredictable nature of life and a call to seek wisdom within the chaos. As we journey through time and cultures, we discover that the practice of divination by lightning is more than a relic of the past. It is a reflection of our innate desire to understand the world around us. Whether through the lens of ancient rituals or modern interpretations, we find a common thread, a search for meaning in the unpredictable, a quest for guidance in the face of uncertainty. So as we gaze upward during the next storm, let us remember the wisdom of those who came before us. Let us embrace the power of the lightning, not just as a spectacle of nature, but as a reminder of the connection we share with the universe. In the flashes that illuminate the sky, we may yet find the guidance we seek, and in each thunderous boom, a call to listen to the world, to ourselves, and to the mysteries that lie beyond our understanding. The sky speaks in many languages, and if we are willing to listen, it may just share its secrets with us. Imagine a time when the fate of nations hung in the balance, not from the strategies of generals or the ambitions of kings, but from an ancient practice steeped in ritual and observation. This was the world of haruspicy, a discipline that sought to unveil the mysteries of the future through the examination of animal livers. Welcome to the fascinating realm of the discipline of haruspicy, prophecy in the liver. In ancient civilizations, particularly among the Etruscans and later the Romans, the liver was revered as the seat of life and a conduit to the divine. The haruspex, a trained priest or diviner, would meticulously inspect the liver of a sacrificed animal, interpreting its color, texture, and even the presence of anomalies, all in pursuit of prophetic insight. This practice, seemingly foreign to the modern mind, was a cornerstone of decision-making in those times, guiding everything from military campaigns to personal affairs. Picture a bustling Roman forum, filled with merchants and citizens alike, the air thick with anticipation. News has spread that a great haruspex will perform a ritual to determine the outcome of an impending battle. The crowd gathers, whispers of hope and fear intertwining as they await the pronouncement of fate. Here, in this charged atmosphere, the haruspex prepares. Clad in ceremonial robes, he approaches the altar, a sacred space adorned with offerings. With the flick of a wrist, he begins his work, the weight of responsibility heavy on his shoulders. The process of haruspicy was not merely a matter of chance. It was an art form, honed through years of training and steeped in tradition. The haruspex would first invoke the gods, calling upon their favor and guidance. Then, with the liver presented before him, he would embark on a detailed analysis. Each lobe, each vein, each slight imperfection held significance. To the haruspex, the liver was a living map, revealing the desires of the gods and the paths available to humankind. As he begins his examination, he notes the color of the liver. A rich, deep red might signify health and favor, while a pale or mottled surface could suggest impending disaster. The presence of specific marks or irregularities could indicate the favor or displeasure of the gods. It was a language of its own, one that required years of dedication to master. The haruspex would interpret these signs, crafting a narrative that would guide the citizens, leaders, and warriors in their decisions. The significance of this practice extended beyond mere superstition. In a society where the unknown loomed large, haruspicy provided a semblance of control. People sought reassurance in the face of uncertainty, longing for a glimpse into what lay ahead. The haruspex, therefore, was not only a diviner but a vital figure in the social and political fabric of the time. His interpretations could sway public opinion, bolster morale, and shape the course of history itself. But how did this practice evolve, and what did it mean for those who relied on it? To answer this, we must journey back to the origins of haruspicy. The Etruscans, an ancient civilization in what is now modern-day Italy, are credited with the development of this intricate art. They believed that the gods communicated their will through the entrails of sacrificed animals. The liver in particular was thought to be a sacred organ imbued with divine secrets. Through extensive study and observation, the Etruscans created a detailed system of signs and symbols associated with various liver characteristics. They meticulously documented their findings, developing a comprehensive guide that would later influence Roman practices. As the Romans expanded their empire, they adopted many Etruscan customs, including the art of haruspicy, which soon became an integral part of their religious and political life. The Romans took this practice to new heights, formalizing it within their societal structures. Haruspices were often consulted by generals before battles, by politicians during times of uncertainty, and even by families seeking guidance in personal matters. The influence of the haruspex extended into the very heart of Roman life, intertwining the sacred with the everyday. Yet, despite its prominence, the discipline of haruspicy was not without its critics. Philosophers and skeptics questioned the validity of such practices, arguing that reliance on divination could lead to folly. They cautioned against allowing superstition to overshadow reason, igniting debates that would echo through the ages. In this tension between faith and skepticism, we find a reflection of humanity's eternal struggle to understand the unknown. As we delve deeper into the practice, we encounter the sacred texts that guided the haruspices, the Haruspicina, a compilation of Etruscan knowledge that served as a manual for interpreting the signs. This text detailed the physical characteristics of the liver and their corresponding meanings, creating a standardized framework for divination. The knowledge contained within was passed down through generations, forming a robust tradition that adapted but never lost sight of its roots. While the practice might seem archaic to us now, the principles behind it resonate with a universal human desire, the yearning for understanding, for clarity in the face of chaos. Today, we seek answers in various forms, be it through science, philosophy, or even modern-day fortune-telling. The underlying quest for knowledge and foresight remains unchanged, reminding us that the past is never truly distant. As the Roman Empire expanded, so too did the influence of haruspicy. It was not merely a localized practice. It became a symbol of power and authority. Emperors would consult haruspices before significant decisions, believing their insights could tilt the scales of fortune in their favor. The connection between the divine and the state grew stronger, intertwining religion with governance in a way that left an indelible mark on history. However, the decline of the Roman Empire brought challenges to the practice of haruspicy. With the rise of Christianity, many ancient beliefs were cast aside, viewed as pagan remnants of a bygone era. The once revered haruspices found themselves at odds with a new worldview that prioritized faith over divination. As religious and philosophical paradigms shifted, the art of reading the liver began to fade, relegated to the annals of history. But the legacy of haruspicy endures. Its echoes can be found in various cultures and practices across the globe, a testament to humanity's enduring fascination with the divine and the unknown. The imagery of the liver as a vessel of prophecy, once central to ancient rites, resonates through time, reminding us of the intricate dance between fate and free will. In conclusion, the discipline of haruspicy offers a window into the minds of our ancestors, revealing their hopes, fears, and aspirations. It speaks to a time when the divine was intimately woven into the fabric of everyday life, guiding decisions and shaping destinies. As we reflect on this ancient practice, we are invited to consider our own relationship with the unknown and the ways we seek to uncover the mysteries of our future. In the end, the liver may no longer be our oracle, but the quest for understanding remains a fundamental part of the human experience, echoing through the ages as we navigate the ever-unfolding story of life. Imagine a world where the mysteries of life and death, the divine and the mundane, are woven together through the words of a select few. In every culture, throughout history, there have been those who serve as intermediaries between humanity and the sacred. They are the priests, keepers of sacred knowledge, guardians of rituals, and custodians of the spiritual heritage that shapes the very fabric of society. Their roles have evolved, yet their essence remains a critical thread in the tapestry of human existence. Priests have long been seen as the bridge connecting the earthly realm to the divine. In ancient times, they were often perceived as the voice of the gods, the individuals who could interpret signs, prophecies, and the will of the deities. In the grand temples adorned with intricate carvings and towering statues, they performed rituals that ensured the favor of the gods, securing prosperity and protection for their communities. These sacred figures were not merely religious leaders, they were counselors, healers, and often the keepers of history, preserving the legends and traditions passed down through generations. The role of priests has transcended mere ritualistic duties. They have been scholars, philosophers, and sages, delving deep into the mysteries of existence. In many ancient cultures, education was often intertwined with religious instruction. The priests were the intellectual elite, possessing knowledge that was both revered and feared. They held the keys to understanding the cosmos, the cycles of nature, and the intricacies of the human soul. This sacred knowledge was not easily accessible. It required years of study, dedication, and often a calling that few could answer. Consider the ancient Egyptians, where priests held extraordinary power and influence. They were the custodians of the temples, dedicated to gods like Ra, Osiris, and Isis. These priests not only performed elaborate rituals to honor the deities, but also managed vast estates and resources, contributing to the economic stability of the nation. Their wisdom was sought in matters of agriculture, medicine, and governance. They were the ones who could interpret the Nile's floods, predicting the annual inundation that was crucial for farming. Through their rituals, they ensured the cyclical renewal of life, a concept deeply ingrained in the Egyptian worldview. As we traverse through different cultures and eras, the role of priests morphs yet remains anchored in the quest for understanding. In ancient Greece, the Oracle of Delphi stood as a paramount figure. The Pythia, the high priestess, was believed to channel the voice of the god Apollo. People from all walks of life, from commoners to kings, sought her prophecies, eager to glimpse the future. The priestess would enter a trance, inhaling the sacred vapors that escaped from a chasm in the earth, her cryptic utterances interpreted by priests trained in the art of divination. Here we see the duality of the priest's role, both a vessel of divine wisdom and a shrewd advisor in the affairs of state. Even as we journey through time to the medieval period, we find the influence of priests extending far beyond the church walls. In the midst of societal upheaval, the Catholic Church became a bastion of stability, and priests, as representatives of the Church, held significant sway over the populace. They conducted Mass, administered sacraments, and offered solace to the weary. Yet, they were also educators, preserving knowledge through the Dark Ages, when much of ancient wisdom was at risk of being lost. Monasteries became centers of learning, with priests meticulously copying texts and studying philosophy, science, and theology. This sacred duty of safeguarding knowledge was not limited to relics of the past. Priests were also vital in shaping the moral compass of society. They were often the first to speak out against injustices, advocating for the marginalized and voicing the ethical dilemmas of their time. Figures like Martin Luther, who challenged the practices of the Church, emerged from the priesthood, illustrating the transformative power of religious leaders in the quest for social reform. The priest, in this context, becomes not just a keeper of sacred knowledge, but an agent of change, illuminating the path toward a more just society. As we step into the modern age, the role of priests continues to evolve, adapting to the needs of their congregations in a rapidly changing world. In an era characterized by scientific advancement and secularism, the spiritual leader often finds themselves navigating complex waters. Yet the fundamental human yearning for meaning and connection remains unchanged. Priests today grapple with existential questions, providing guidance in the face of uncertainty. They offer a listening ear, a comforting presence, and a sense of community that many find invaluable in a fragmented society. In various religious traditions, we see innovative approaches to ancient practices. From the inclusive services of progressive congregations to interfaith dialogues that bridge divides, priests have become advocates for unity and understanding. The sacred knowledge they possess is now shared in new ways, utilizing technology to reach wider audiences. Online sermons, virtual prayer groups, and digital outreach have transformed how faith is practiced, yet the core principles of compassion, love, and wisdom endure. However, the challenges faced by modern priests are significant. As society grapples with issues of identity, belonging, and morality, priests must find ways to remain relevant. They are called to address pressing contemporary issues such as climate change, social justice, and the mental health crisis. The wisdom of ages past must be applied to the realities of today, requiring a delicate balance of tradition and innovation. In this modern landscape, priests are not only keepers of sacred knowledge, but also seekers of new truths, ever evolving to meet the needs of their communities. Through centuries of change, one truth remains: the role of priests as keepers of sacred knowledge is indispensable. They have been the custodians of our collective wisdom, guiding us through the trials of existence, illuminating the path with their insights. Their stories are intertwined with the very essence of humanity, reflecting our deepest fears, our most profound hopes, and our unwavering quest for understanding. As we pause to reflect on their enduring legacy, let us consider the profound impact that these sacred figures have had on our world. They remind us of the importance of knowledge, the necessity of community, and the power of faith. Whether through ancient rituals or modern sermons, priests continue to shape our understanding of the divine and our place in the universe. They are, in essence, the guardians of the sacred, the keepers of knowledge that transcends time and space, ensuring that the light of wisdom never fades from our collective consciousness. Imagine standing before a grand temple, its marble columns stretching skyward, catching the golden rays of the sun. The air is thick with incense, and the sound of soft chants fills your ears, drawing you into a world where the divine and the mortal intertwine. This is Etruria, a land steeped in mystery, where sacred spaces were not just places of worship, but profound reflections of the Etruscan civilization's beliefs, aspirations, and artistry. Today, we delve into the temples and sanctuaries of Etruria, exploring how these architectural marvels shaped a culture that thrived long before the rise of Rome. As we traverse this ancient landscape, we encounter the remnants of a civilization that flourished from the 8th century BCE until its eventual decline. The Etruscans, known for their advanced society, left behind a legacy that is still felt today. Their temples, built with intricate designs and rich symbolism, were not merely structures. They were portals to the divine, embodying the very spirit of Etruscan religion. Each stone tells a story, and each sanctuary echoes the prayers and offerings of those who sought favor from the gods. Let us begin our journey at the Temple of Apullu, located at the heart of Veii, one of the Etruscan League's most powerful cities. This temple, dedicated to the god Apollo, was a magnificent example of Etruscan architecture, showcasing their unique style that combined elements of Greek and Italic influences. Imagine walking into this sacred space, where the air is alive with the fragrance of laurel and myrtle, offerings laid before the statue of the god. The temple stood on a high podium, its terracotta sculptures depicting mythological scenes that captivated the imaginations of worshippers. The facade of the Temple of Apullu was adorned with figures that danced in the shadows, telling tales of heroism and divine intervention. As the sunlight caught the gleaming surface of the terracotta, it created a celestial glow, inviting the faithful to step closer. This temple served as a gathering place for the community, where rituals and festivals brought people together in celebration and reverence. The Etruscans believed that the gods inhabited these sacred spaces, and through their rituals they sought to bridge the gap between the earthly and the divine. Transitioning from Veii, we venture to the sacred site of Tarquinia, where the ruins of the Temple of the 13 offer insights into the spiritual life of the Etruscans. This temple was dedicated to a pantheon of deities, and its very name hints at the significance of the number 13 in Etruscan culture. Here, the faithful would gather to honor the gods, offering sacrifices and seeking guidance in their daily lives. The temple's layout was meticulously planned, with distinct areas for different rituals reflecting the complex nature of Etruscan spirituality. Archaeological excavations have revealed stunning frescoes that adorn the walls of this temple, depicting scenes of banquets and divine interactions. These vivid images not only showcased the artistic prowess of the Etruscans, but also illustrated their beliefs in an afterlife filled with joy and abundance. The act of worship was not merely a duty, it was a celebration of life, a communion with the divine that transcended the mundane. As we continue our exploration, we must pay homage to the sanctuary of Fufluns, the Etruscan god of wine and fertility. Located in the verdant hills of Etruria, this sanctuary embodied the spirit of celebration and revelry. Picture the vibrant festivals held here, where the community would gather to honor Fufluns with music, dance, and, of course, wine. The rituals often involved the pouring of libations, a symbolic act of sharing with the gods and inviting their blessings into the lives of the people. The sanctuary was designed to facilitate these communal gatherings, with open spaces that encouraged interaction and connection. The architecture mirrored the organic shapes of the surrounding landscape, blending seamlessly with nature. This harmony between the built environment and the sacred was a hallmark of Etruscan architecture, emphasizing their belief in the interconnectedness of all things. In the shadow of the sanctuary, we find the remains of altars, once adorned with offerings of fruits, grains, and animal sacrifices. These altars served as focal points for worship, drawing the attention of the faithful as they sought to appease the gods and gain favor. The rituals performed here were filled with joy and gratitude, a testament to the Etruscans' appreciation for the bounties of life. As our journey unfolds, we encounter the Temple of Voltumna, the sacred heart of Etruscan religion, located near the ancient city of Orvieto. This temple was not merely a place of worship. It was a symbol of unity among the Etruscan cities, serving as a gathering point for the League of Etruscan Cities. Here, leaders would convene to discuss important matters, seeking the blessings of the gods before making decisions that would impact their people. The Temple of Voltumna was designed with grandeur in mind, its colossal columns reaching toward the heavens, embodying the aspirations of a civilization that valued strength and unity. It was here that the Etruscans held their most important rituals, invoking the gods to bless their endeavors and safeguard their communities. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation, as each ceremony was steeped in tradition, binding the people to their past and their future. As we explore the surrounding area, we find evidence of the many offerings made to the gods at this site. Artifacts unearthed from the temple grounds reveal a treasure trove of votive objects, from intricately crafted jewelry to figurines symbolizing various deities. These offerings tell a story of devotion, a tangible connection between the Etruscans and their divine protectors. In stark contrast to the grandeur of the temples, we discover the smaller, more intimate sanctuaries scattered throughout the Etruscan landscape. These spaces, often found in secluded groves or on mountaintops, were dedicated to local deities and spirits of nature. They served as personal sanctuaries for the faithful, where individuals could seek solace and commune with the divine on a more personal level. One such sanctuary is located at the site of Poggiocolla, where the remains of a small shrine have been uncovered. It offers a glimpse into the everyday spirituality of the Etruscans, who turned to their gods not just in times of crisis, but in moments of quiet reflection. Here, amidst the whispering trees and the gentle rustle of leaves, the Etruscans sought connection and guidance, forging a bond with the divine that was deeply personal. As we reflect on the significance of these temples and sanctuaries, we come to understand that they were more than mere structures. They were embodiments of Etruscan identity and belief. Each temple, each altar, and each sacred space played a vital role in the tapestry of Etruscan life, weaving together threads of community, tradition, and spirituality. The legacy of the Etruscan temples and sanctuaries endures, whispering to us through the ages. They remind us of a civilization that revered the sacred, that sought to understand the mysteries of life and the cosmos, and that celebrated the divine in all its forms. As we stand in the ruins of these sacred spaces, we are invited to remember the Etruscans, to honor their beliefs, and to reflect on our own relationships with the divine. In a world that often seems disconnected from its spiritual roots, their story serves as a powerful reminder of the enduring human quest for meaning, connection, and transcendence. Every culture weaves its own rich tapestry of beliefs and traditions, often threading through the fabric of these narratives the profound connection humans share with the animal kingdom. Among these beliefs, the concept of sacred animals stands out, acting as bridges between mortals and the divine. In this chapter, we delve into the fascinating world of sacred animals, exploring the omens they represent, the reverence they command, and the stories they tell across generations. Picture a serene morning in ancient Egypt, where the golden sun rises over the Nile, casting a warm glow on the land. Here, cats roamed freely, revered not merely as pets, but as sacred symbols of protection and grace. The Egyptians believed that these graceful creatures were incarnations of the goddess Bastet, the guardian of home and fertility. It is said that when a cat entered a household, it brought with it good fortune and blessings. To harm a cat was to invite misfortune, and the ancient laws reflected this deep reverence. The presence of cats in the home was a powerful omen, signaling prosperity, love, and domestic harmony. Now let's shift our gaze toward the lush forests of the Americas, where indigenous tribes viewed animals as sacred messengers from the spirit world. The wolf, with its keen instincts and pack mentality, symbolized loyalty and courage. Tribes often regarded the wolf as a guide, its howls echoing the lessons of resilience and community. When a wolf crossed paths with a hunter, it was seen as a sign, an omen, urging introspection and respect for nature's delicate balance. The hunter would pause, reflecting on the deeper meaning of the encounter, perhaps seeing it as a reminder of the interconnectedness of all living beings. Venturing across oceans, we find ourselves in the bustling markets of India, where elephants reign supreme. With their majestic stature and gentle demeanor, elephants embody strength and wisdom. In Hindu culture, the elephant-headed god Ganesha symbolizes the removal of obstacles and the ushering in of new beginnings. When an elephant appears in a dream or in one's life, it is often interpreted as a powerful omen, signaling that a significant change is on the horizon. The sight of an elephant, whether in person or in art, evokes feelings of reverence and hope, reminding individuals of the importance of patience and perseverance on their journeys. Let's pause and consider the role of birds in various cultures. Soaring high above the earth, often seen as messengers of the divine. In ancient Greece, the presence of an owl was a potent omen. Associated with Athena, the goddess of wisdom, the owl symbolized knowledge, intuition, and insight. When an owl swooped silently through the night, it was believed to bring clarity to those who witnessed its flight, nudging them toward the truth hidden beneath the surface. The Greeks took notice of these feathered creatures, interpreting their appearances as signs to heed, guiding decisions and illuminating paths previously obscured in darkness. In stark contrast, the raven, often seen as a harbinger of doom, has also been revered in many cultures. The Norse saw the raven as a companion to Odin, the All-Father, embodying prophecy and insight. When a raven appeared, it was a call to prepare for change, a reminder that life's unpredictability could bring both challenge and growth. The dual nature of this bird, both ominous and wise, reminds us that within every omen lies the potential for transformation. The raven's dark feathers shimmer with the promise of hidden knowledge, urging us to look beyond fear and embrace the lessons that come with uncertainty. As we traverse these diverse landscapes of belief, the thread of sacred animals continues to intertwine with humanity's journey. In many cultures, the horse represents freedom, strength, and nobility. The Celts regarded the horse as a sacred creature, believed to possess the ability to traverse between worlds. For them, a horse sighting held significant meaning, often seen as a sign of impending adventure or a call to reconnect with one's true spirit. The bond between horse and rider symbolizes trust and partnership, a reminder of the importance of collaboration in our own lives. In the heart of Asia, we find another sacred animal, the tiger. Revered in Chinese culture, the tiger embodies power and courage, often seen as a guardian against evil spirits. When one encounters a tiger in nature, it is considered an auspicious omen, heralding a time of strength and protection. The tiger's presence serves as a reminder to tap into our inner strength and embrace the fierce determination that resides within us. Its stripes, a pattern of beauty and ferocity, symbolize the balance between gentleness and might, urging us to honor both aspects in our life's journey. As we continue to explore the rich symbolism of sacred animals, We cannot overlook the significance of the serpent. In many cultures, the snake represents transformation and rebirth, shedding its skin as a symbol of renewal. The ancient Greeks associated the serpent with Asclepius, the god of healing, believing that the appearance of a snake signified the potential for healing and rejuvenation. When one encounters a snake in the wild, it can be seen as an omen, urging reflection on personal growth and the cycles of life. This powerful creature reminds us that change is not to be feared, but embraced, as it often leads to new beginnings. The intricate relationship between humanity and sacred animals extends beyond mere symbolism. It shapes the very fabric of cultural identities. The stories we tell about these creatures echo through time, imparting wisdom and guiding our actions. Each encounter with a sacred animal invites us to pause and reflect, to consider the lessons they impart, and to recognize the profound connections we share with the natural world. As we draw this chapter to a close, let us remember that omens in fur and feather are not simply relics of ancient beliefs. They persist in our modern lives, urging us to remain attuned to the signs that surround us. The next time you encounter a sacred animal, whether it be a cat, a wolf, an owl, or a horse, take a moment to reflect on the deeper meanings behind that encounter. What lessons might it hold for you? What omens might it be sending your way? In our ever-evolving relationship with the animal kingdom, we are reminded that these beings are more than mere creatures. They are messengers of the divine, symbols of hope, and reflections of our own journeys. As we continue our exploration of the sacred and the symbolic, let us carry with us the wisdom imparted by these animals, embracing the omens in fur and feather that accompany us on our path through life. Imagine standing before a colossal stone structure, its ancient facade telling stories of lives long past. This is no ordinary monument. It is a tomb, a sacred space crafted not merely for the dead, but as a vibrant home for the eternal journey that follows life. Across millennia and civilizations, tombs have served as houses of eternity, meticulously designed to honor the deceased and facilitate their passage into the afterlife. Today, we delve into the fascinating world of funerary rites and the elaborate tombs that stand as testaments to humanity's enduring relationship with death. From the pyramids of Egypt that pierce the desert sky to the intricate burial mounds of the Celts, each tomb is a reflection of cultural beliefs, social structures, and artistic expressions, echoing the hopes and fears of those who constructed them. Why have humans throughout history invested so much time, effort, and resources into these monumental resting places? The answer lies deep within the heart of human existence, a profound desire to understand what lies beyond, to seek connection with the divine, and to ensure that those we love are honored and remembered. Let's begin our journey in ancient Egypt, where the art of funerary architecture reached unprecedented heights. The pyramids, particularly the Great Pyramid of Giza, stand as a marvel of engineering and a symbol of belief in the afterlife. Egyptians viewed death not as an end, but as a transition into a new realm. The construction of these grand tombs was intricately linked to their beliefs in the afterlife, where the soul would journey to the field of reeds, a paradise that mirrored earthly life. To prepare for this passage, the deceased were often mummified, a process that preserved the body for eternity. Alongside the body, grave goods were included. Food, tools, and even servants were buried to ensure the departed would not go hungry or want in the afterlife. The walls of the tombs were adorned with elaborate paintings and inscriptions, depicting scenes of daily life, religious rituals, and offerings to the gods. These murals served a dual purpose: to celebrate the life of the deceased and to provide a roadmap for their journey beyond. As we shift our focus from the sands of Egypt to the rolling hills of the British Isles, we encounter a different yet equally profound approach to funerary rites. The Celts, with their rich tapestry of beliefs and customs, constructed burial mounds known as barrows. These structures were not merely graves. They were sacred spaces that honored the dead and celebrated their passage into the spirit world. The Celts believed in the interconnectedness of life and death, seeing the afterlife as a continuation of existence rather than a final destination. Their barrows were often built in alignment with celestial events, reflecting a deep reverence for nature and its cycles. Inside these mounds, archaeologists have discovered a wealth of artifacts, weapons, jewelry, and ceremonial items, all carefully placed to accompany the deceased on their journey. In contrast to the monumental pyramids, Celtic barrows were often more intimate, reflecting the communal aspect of their beliefs. Family and community played a crucial role in the funerary process, with rituals that included feasting and storytelling, celebrating not just the individual but the lineage and legacy they left behind. As we traverse the globe, we find ourselves in the ancient cultures of Mesoamerica, where the Maya and Aztecs constructed elaborate tombs that reflected their sophisticated understanding of the cosmos and the afterlife. The Maya, for instance, viewed death as a cyclical process, where the deceased would eventually be reborn. Their tombs were intricately designed, often resembling miniature palaces, filled with treasures intended to honor the gods and provide for the deceased in the afterlife. In the heart of Tikal, a vast Maya city, we find the Temple of the Inscriptions, where the tomb of the ruler Pakal the Great lies. This magnificent structure serves as both a tomb and a testament to his divine status. The intricate carvings that adorn the temple tell the story of his life and his journey into the underworld, a narrative that intertwines earthly power with celestial destiny. Similarly, the Aztecs constructed grand tombs that were steeped in ritual and sacrifice. The Templo Mayor in Tenochtitlan serves as a prime example, showcasing the dual nature of their beliefs in life and death. The Aztecs performed elaborate ceremonies to honor their gods and the deceased, believing that these offerings would ensure a prosperous afterlife. Tombs in Aztec culture were often sites of great significance, intertwined with the political and spiritual fabric of their society. As we explore these diverse cultures, a common thread emerges. The tombs are not merely final resting places, but vibrant reflections of cultural identity, spiritual beliefs, and societal values. They encapsulate the essence of what it means to be human, a quest for meaning, connection, and understanding of what lies beyond the veil of death. Now, let's shift our gaze to the East, where the ancient Chinese developed an intricate relationship with death and the afterlife. The tomb of the first emperor, Qin Shi Huang, stands as a monumental example of this reverence. Buried with an army of life-sized terracotta warriors, this tomb reflects the emperor's belief in the afterlife as a realm where he would continue to rule. The meticulous craftsmanship of these warriors illustrates not only the artistic prowess of the time, but also the deeply ingrained belief in ancestor worship. The Chinese viewed the afterlife as a continuation of earthly existence, where the spirits of the deceased could influence the living. Thus, tombs were designed to ensure that the ancestors received the honor and offerings they deserved, maintaining a bond between the living and the dead. In contemporary times, the significance of funerary rites continues to resonate across cultures. The way we honor our dead reflects our beliefs, values, and connections to those who came before us. Modern cemeteries, mausoleums, and memorials serve as reminders of our shared humanity, inviting us to reflect on the legacies we leave behind and the stories we carry forward. As we conclude this exploration of funerary rites and the tombs that serve as houses of eternity, we are reminded that these ancient practices are not relics of a bygone era, but living expressions of our quest for understanding. The tombs stand as eloquent reminders of a universal truth. While life may be fleeting, the memories and legacies we create resonate through time, transcending the boundaries of death. In every culture, in every era, the tomb is a sacred space, an invitation to honor the past while embracing the mysteries of what lies ahead. As we reflect on these remarkable structures and the stories they hold, we are inspired to consider our own relationship with mortality, memory, and the eternal journey that connects us all. Imagine stepping into a world where eternity unfolds before you, painted in vibrant hues and intricate detail. This is not a fantasy realm, but rather the solemn and sacred space of ancient tombs where the brushstrokes of artists long gone whisper tales of the afterlife. Each painting serves as a portal, inviting us to explore the beliefs, hopes, and dreams of civilizations that sought to ensure their legacies would transcend death. Today, we delve into the realm of tomb art, uncovering the visions of the afterlife captured on ancient walls. Throughout history, cultures have grappled with the great mystery of what lies beyond our mortal existence. The Egyptians, with their elaborate funerary practices, believed that the afterlife was a continuation of life on earth, filled with both trials and rewards. The tombs of pharaohs and nobles serve as visual narratives, portraying the journey of the soul through the afterlife. Each mural, each carving, intricately designed to guide the deceased through perilous landscapes, showcases a deeply held belief in the soul's immortality. As we step into the grand chambers of the Valley of the Kings, the air thick with the weight of history, we find ourselves surrounded by vivid scenes depicting divine judgment and celestial rewards. The famous weighing of the heart ceremony, immortalized in color, illustrates the moment when the soul is judged by Osiris, the god of the afterlife. Here, the heart of the deceased is placed on one scale, while the feather of Ma'at, representing truth and justice, rests on the other. Should the heart weigh heavier than the feather, the soul faces annihilation. If lighter, it ascends to a paradise known as the Field of Reeds. It's a poignant reminder of the moral compass that guided ancient Egyptians. And through these paintings, we witness their quest for justice and balance, even in death. But the Egyptians were not alone in their artistic endeavors to depict the afterlife. Across the globe, cultures have left their mark, each with unique interpretations of what awaits beyond the grave. The Maya civilization, for instance, crafted elaborate murals that captured their intricate beliefs in the cyclical nature of life and death. In their tombs, vibrant scenes tell stories of the underworld, known as Xibalba, where gods and spirits dwell. Iconography rich with symbolism reveals the interplay between earthly existence and the spiritual realm, illustrating how the ancients viewed life as an ongoing journey rather than a definitive end. In the heart of the Americas, the tombs of the Maya reveal a world filled with gods, ancestors, and mythical creatures. As we examine the murals within these sacred spaces, we see figures emerging from the underworld, adorned with feathered headdresses and elaborate jewelry. These images reflect the belief that death was merely a passage to a new phase of existence. The intricacies of their art demonstrate a desire for connection with the divine, emphasizing that the afterlife was not a solitary journey but a communal experience shared with ancestors and deities. As we journey through the ages, the visions of the afterlife continue to evolve, influenced by shifting beliefs and cultural exchanges. In ancient Greece, the realm of Hades became a focal point for artistic expression. The Greeks envisioned a complex underworld, divided into regions that catered to the souls of the deceased based on their earthly deeds. Tomb art from this era often depicted scenes of the afterlife as a place of shadows and echoes, where the souls of the virtuous basked in the Elysian fields, while others faced the darker aspects of their existence. The frescoes of the Tomb of the Diver, located in Paestum, present a fascinating snapshot of this belief. The imagery captures a banquet scene, symbolizing the joy and camaraderie that awaited the deceased in the afterlife. These vibrant depictions reflect the Greek celebration of life, emphasizing the importance of community and connection even after death. The art serves not only as a tribute to the departed, but also as an invitation for the living to remember and honor their loved ones. As we traverse further into the annals of history, we arrive at the catacombs of Rome, where early Christians began to embed their visions of the afterlife into their art. In stark contrast to the opulence of previous civilizations, early Christian tomb art conveyed a message of humility and hope. The imagery often depicted scenes from the New Testament, emphasizing resurrection and eternal life. The simplicity of these designs speaks volumes about the transformative power of faith, offering solace to believers navigating the uncertainties of life and death. Within the catacombs, we find delicate frescoes that illustrate the Good Shepherd, a symbol of Christ's guidance and protection. These paintings invite us to contemplate the profound belief in salvation and the promise of eternal life. Here, the afterlife is not a distant realm, but a comforting promise, a continuation of divine love and grace. The art serves as a beacon of hope for the faithful, illustrating a world where death is not an end, but a gateway to a new existence. In the East, the visions of the afterlife take on yet another form. In ancient China, tomb art reflects the unique beliefs surrounding ancestral worship and the importance of harmony between the living and the dead. The elaborate burial practices of the Han Dynasty included the creation of detailed murals that depicted scenes of everyday life, ensuring that the deceased would have everything they needed in the afterlife. The belief in an active, ongoing relationship with ancestors permeates these works, as vibrant colors and intricate designs celebrate the connection between the past and the present. As we explore these tombs, we encounter images of banquets, farming, and family gatherings, all carefully crafted to provide comfort and familiarity to the departed. The artistry speaks to a culture that revered its ancestors, underscoring the significance of memory and legacy. Through these paintings, we are reminded that the afterlife is not merely a destination, but a continuation of the stories and relationships that define us. As we near the end of our journey through the artistic depictions of the afterlife, we recognize a common thread that weaves through each culture's approach to death. Whether through the grand murals of Egyptian tombs, the intricate frescoes of Greek burial sites, or the humble paintings of early Christians, the portrayal of the afterlife reflects a universal desire to understand and confront the unknown. These visions serve as a testament to humanity's enduring quest for meaning beyond mortality, inviting us to ponder the complexities of existence. In the end, the paintings of the afterlife are not merely decorative. They are profound expressions of belief, hope, and a yearning for connection that transcends the boundaries of time and space. As we stand before these ancient works, we are reminded that the stories they tell are not just about those who have passed, but about all of us, our fears, our hopes, and our relentless pursuit of understanding what lies beyond the veil of death. Each brushstroke encapsulates the essence of a civilization's beliefs, offering us a glimpse into the hearts and minds of those who came before us as they sought to immortalize their visions of the afterlife. From the dawn of time, humanity has found itself embroiled in conflict. Wars have shaped our civilizations, defined our destinies, and transformed the very landscape of our existence. But what if I told you that these battles were not merely fought with swords and shields, but also with the unseen hands of the divine? As we embark on this exploration of rituals of war, gods on the battlefield, prepare to journey into a world where the sacred and the profane intertwine, where deities are invoked and rituals are performed to sway the outcome of conflicts that have changed the course of history. Imagine a battlefield, the air thick with tension, soldiers lined up against one another, the sun rising ominously behind them. But before the clash of metal, before the first arrows are loosed, a ritual takes place. Warriors kneel in the dust, their faces painted with symbols of their gods, their lips moving in silent prayer, beseeching divine favor. In ancient cultures, the very act of combat was as much about piety as it was about strategy. The gods were not distant figures. They were active participants in the mortal realm, and the outcomes of wars were believed to hinge upon their whims. Take the Greeks, for example. As the armies of Athens and Sparta prepared for battle, their leaders would first seek the counsel of the Oracle of Delphi, a priestess whose cryptic utterances were thought to carry the voice of Apollo himself. The rituals surrounding these consultations were steeped in solemnity, involving offerings of honey, laurel wreaths, and the burning of sacred incense. The words of the oracle would set the stage for the strategies employed on the battlefield. A single prophecy could alter the fate of a city-state, turning the tide of war in an instant. Thus, the Greeks believed they were not just warriors, but instruments of divine will, their victories or defeats echoing through the annals of eternity. As we shift our gaze to the Roman Empire, we discover a complex tapestry of military rituals intertwined with the worship of numerous deities. The Romans believed that every battle was a reflection of the moral state of their society. Before embarking on a campaign, generals would perform a series of rites, known as sacrificia, to seek the favor of Mars, the god of war. These rituals included the sacrifice of animals, often sheep or pigs, whose entrails were examined for signs of divine approval. The augurs, priests skilled in the interpretation of omens, would scrutinize the flight of birds or the behavior of sacrificial animals, providing the generals with guidance before they took their legions into combat. But it wasn't simply the gods of war that soldiers sought to appease. The Romans also paid homage to Fortuna, the goddess of luck, believing that her favor was paramount in determining the outcome of battles. Every legion carried the standards of their patron deities, and soldiers would often carry small amulets or tokens engraved with images of their gods, an ever-present reminder that they were never truly alone on the battlefield. These rituals fostered a sense of unity among the troops, binding them together in a shared belief that their cause was just and divinely sanctioned. Traveling further east, we arrive in the heart of the ancient Chinese dynasties, where the philosophy of warfare was deeply intertwined with spiritual beliefs. The teachings of Sun Tzu, articulated in The Art of War, emphasized not just strategic prowess, but also the moral and spiritual dimensions of conflict. Before major battles, Chinese warlords would consult with shamans and priests who would conduct elaborate rituals to honor the spirits of ancestors and seek the guidance of divine forces. The Chinese believed that the spirit of the land itself could be invoked, offering protection and wisdom to those who respected its power. In the midst of these rituals, the role of the dragon emerged as a powerful symbol of strength and protection. The Chinese dragon was not the monstrous creature of Western lore. It represented wisdom, strength, and benevolence. Warriors would often have dragon motifs woven into their armor, believing they would invoke its protective spirit during combat. Each clash of swords on the battlefield was not simply a struggle for survival, but a cosmic dance, a clash of wills between human ambition and divine forces. Across the ocean, in the rich tapestry of Mesoamerican cultures, we find the Aztecs, who viewed warfare as a sacred duty. For them, conflict was not merely a means of territorial expansion, but a necessary ritual to appease the gods. The sun god, Huitzilopochtli, demanded human sacrifices to ensure the sun rose each day, and the Aztecs believed that their military conquests provided the blood needed to sustain the cosmos. Before going into battle, they would engage in elaborate ceremonies, invoking the gods with chants and offerings, painting their bodies in vibrant colors that symbolized their divine patronage. The warriors, known as eagle warriors, donned feathered headdresses and carried banners bearing the symbols of their gods. Each battle was a reenactment of the cosmic struggle between light and darkness, and the Aztecs believed that their victories were not just personal triumphs, but acts of cosmic significance. The belief that their success would ensure the continuation of life itself fueled their fervor, transforming the battlefield into a sacred arena where the fate of the universe hung in the balance. As we traverse the globe, we discover how the concept of divine intervention in warfare transcends cultures and epochs. The medieval knights of Europe, for instance, regarded their quests as holy missions. The Crusades were framed as wars of faith, with leaders like Richard the Lionheart believing they were fighting under the banner of God. Before battles, knights would attend Mass, seeking the blessing of the Church, and many would carry relics of saints into battle, believing that these holy artifacts would protect them from harm. The rituals of war during this period were marked by a deep sense of spirituality. Banners emblazoned with crosses flew high above the armies, and prayers echoed across the fields of conflict. The very act of warfare became a form of worship, a means of demonstrating fidelity to one's faith and commitment to a higher cause. The outcome of these battles was often attributed to divine will, as victors claimed they had been chosen by God, while the defeated were left to ponder the moral implications of their loss. Yet, amidst the fervor of divine warfare, there emerges a poignant truth. The gods did not always favor the righteous. Throughout history, the stories of fallen heroes and lost causes remind us that even the most fervent prayers can go unanswered. The lore of the battlefield is replete with tales of warriors who, despite their rituals and offerings, met untimely ends. These narratives serve as a stark reminder of the capricious nature of fate and the gods. As we conclude our journey through the rituals of war and the gods on the battlefield, we are left with a profound understanding of how deeply intertwined faith and conflict have been throughout human history. These rituals, steeped in tradition and belief, have shaped not only the outcomes of battles but also the very fabric of our societies. Each clash of arms was more than just a fight for territory. It was a testament to the enduring human spirit, a reflection of our search for meaning in a world often dominated by chaos and uncertainty. As we move forward, let us carry with us the echoes of those ancient chants, the weight of those sacred rituals, and the understanding that in the arena of war, the divine is never far from our grasp. The gods may not always intervene as we hope, but in the heart of every warrior lies the eternal quest for honor, glory, and the belief that our actions resonate beyond the battlefield, shaping the destiny of generations yet unborn. Imagine standing at the edge of an untouched landscape, where the winds whisper ancient secrets and the ground beneath your feet is imbued with the promise of a new beginning. In such sacred spaces, the act of founding a city becomes not just a matter of necessity, but a profound ritual steeped in tradition and meaning. Today, we delve into the fascinating world of urban origins, exploring the sacred boundaries that define cities and the rituals that shape their identities. Throughout history, the founding of cities has been a momentous occasion, marked by intricate ceremonies that symbolize the birth of a new community. From the bustling streets of ancient Rome to the sprawling cities of the modern era, every urban center carries with it the echoes of its inception. These cities are not mere collections of buildings and roads. They are living entities, each with its own story, its own spirit, and its own sacred boundaries. In many cultures, the act of laying the first stone is steeped in ritual. This ceremonial gesture often involves the participation of elders, priests, and community leaders, reflecting the collective aspirations of those who will inhabit this new space. But what drives the need for such rituals? Why do societies feel compelled to establish a sacred boundary before they can call a place home? To understand this, we must first consider the significance of land itself. From the moment humanity began to settle, the earth has been viewed as a canvas, a space where dreams can be painted into reality. In ancient civilizations, land was often perceived as a divine gift, a sacred trust that required reverence and respect. Before a city could rise, the The ground needed to be sanctified, ensuring that the spirits of the land would bless the future inhabitants. Take, for instance, the ancient Egyptians. The founding of cities like Thebes involved elaborate rituals to appease the gods and secure their favor. Priests would draw sacred symbols in the sand and perform offerings to the Nile, believing that the river's life-giving waters were essential for the prosperity of their new home. This connection between the land and the divine was not merely symbolic. It was a tangible acknowledgement of the forces that governed their existence. As we traverse the globe, the rituals surrounding city foundations take on unique forms. In the Americas, the indigenous peoples often conducted ceremonies to honor the spirits of the land, establishing a deep connection between their communities and the natural world. The foundation of a city was seen as an act of reciprocity, a promise to care for the land in exchange for its bounty. Here, the sacred boundaries extended beyond mere geography, encompassing the spiritual landscape that intertwined human life with nature. In contrast, when the Greeks established their cities, the act of founding was often accompanied by a more formalized approach. They would consult oracles to determine the most auspicious locations and seek divine guidance on the rituals they should perform. The city of Delphi, a beacon of prophetic wisdom, played a crucial role in these decisions. Founding a city was not just about claiming land, it was about navigating the intricate web of fate and divine will. The Romans, too, had their own unique processes for city founding, which involved the use of a plough and a series of religious rites. As the first furrow was drawn, the augurs would observe the omens in the flight of birds, interpreting their movements as signs from the gods. This sacred act marked the physical and spiritual boundaries of the new city, reinforcing the belief that its success was intertwined with the favor of the divine. As cities grew and evolved, the rituals associated with their foundations transformed, but never vanished. The idea of sacred boundaries persisted, shaping urban life in ways that remain relevant today. Modern cities, often seen as secular and pragmatic, still carry the weight of their origins, with traditions that echo through time. Take New York City, for example. The founding of this metropolis was rooted in the idea of a new beginning, a refuge for those seeking freedom and opportunity. While the rituals may not resemble those of ancient cultures, the spirit of community and the collective dream of a better life are still very much alive. The city's boundaries are not merely physical. They represent the aspirations and hopes of countless individuals who have come together to create something greater than themselves. The establishment of boundaries, both sacred and secular, serves a fundamental purpose in our lives. They provide a sense of identity, a framework within which we can build our stories and connect with one another. Cities, with their unique rituals and histories, become the living embodiments of these narratives, offering a place where individuals can find belonging and purpose. As we reflect on the significance of sacred boundaries, we must also consider the impact of modernity on our relationship with the land. Urbanization has transformed the way we view space, often prioritizing economic development over spiritual connection. In many cases, the rituals that once defined city founding have been lost or diluted, replaced by a focus on progress and expansion. Yet the yearning for connection to our roots remains, as evidenced by the resurgence of interest in placemaking and community-building efforts. People are rediscovering the importance of rituals in establishing their own sacred boundaries, whether through urban gardening, local festivals, or community ceremonies. These activities serve as reminders that while cities may evolve, the need for connection to the land and to one another is timeless. In this exploration of sacred boundaries and the rituals of founding cities, we uncover the deep-seated human desire to create spaces that reflect our values and aspirations. Each city tells a story, woven from the threads of its past, present, and future. As we traverse these urban landscapes, let us remember that the boundaries we establish, both physical and spiritual, hold the power to shape our collective identity. So, as we conclude this chapter on the sacred boundaries of city founding, we invite you to reflect on your own connection to the places you call home. What rituals have shaped your community? What stories are etched into the very fabric of your city? In every brick and every street, there lies a testament to the enduring spirit of humanity, a reminder that the act of creating a city is, above all, a sacred journey. In the ancient world, time was not merely a tool for marking the passage of days. It was a sacred tapestry woven from the threads of celestial movements, agricultural cycles, and divine influence. Imagine a society where every sunrise and sunset, every changing season, is not just a natural occurrence, but a profound event that holds deep spiritual significance. This is the world of the calendar of the gods, a rich and intricate system of festivals and seasons that shape the lives of countless civilizations. As we embark on this journey through the ages, we uncover how ancient cultures revered the divine through the cycles of nature. The calendar was more than a simple guide. It was a vibrant celebration of life itself. From the blooming of spring flowers to the chill of winter's embrace, each season brought with it a unique festival, a moment to honor the gods who governed the world. Let's travel back to the dawn of civilization, where the Sumerians crafted one of the earliest known calendars, dividing the year into 12 lunar months. Each month was a canvas for rituals and celebrations that honored their pantheon of gods. Imagine the sight of thousands gathering at temples, their voices rising in harmony as they offered prayers to Inanna, the goddess of love and war, during the festival of Akitu. This celebration marked the new year, a time for renewal, rebirth, and the promise of harvests to come. As we sweep across the sands of time, we find ourselves in the heart of ancient Egypt, where the Nile's annual flooding dictated the rhythm of life. The Egyptians celebrated the inundation with the festival of Wepet Renpet, heralding the arrival of a new year. Picture the streets of Thebes alive with color, as priests and citizens alike adorned themselves with blooms and carried offerings to the gods. This festival wasn't merely about survival. It was a joyous acknowledgement of the cyclical nature of existence, a vivid reminder that life, death, and rebirth are eternally intertwined. Moving further along the timeline, we encounter the Greeks, who embraced the seasons with fervor and creativity. The Panathenaic festival, held in honor of Athena, transformed the city of Athens into a vibrant spectacle of athletic prowess and artistic expression. Imagine the thrill of the crowds, the cheers echoing through the Acropolis as competitors vied for glory. Each event was a testament not only to human strength but also to the favor of the gods, who watched over the proceedings from their lofty abodes on Mount Olympus. Meanwhile, in the heart of the Americas, the Maya intricately wove their understanding of time and the cosmos into a calendar that was both precise and sacred. The Tzolk'in, a 260-day ceremonial calendar, governed their spiritual life. Each day carried its own significance, and rituals were meticulously planned around these sacred numbers. Visualize a young Maya priest standing at the top of a pyramid, arms raised to the heavens, invoking the gods as the sun sets, marking the end of one cycle and the beginning of another. Each festival was a dance with the divine, an offering of gratitude for the gifts of the earth. Throughout these ancient cultures, the seasons were not merely markers of time, they were essential to understanding the world. The arrival of spring often signified fertility and new beginnings, while the heat of summer brought about growth and abundance. Autumn was a time for harvest, a moment to give thanks for the bounty that the earth had provided. And then winter, a season of rest and reflection, where the cycle would begin anew. As we delve deeper, we encounter the Norse, whose calendar was filled with festivals that mirrored the stark beauty of their environment. Yule, celebrated during the winter solstice, was a time of hope amid the dark. Picture a roaring fire, families gathering to share stories of the gods, toasting to the rebirth of the sun. The festival was rich with traditions that honored the cycle of life, death, and rebirth, a reminder that even in the coldest months, warmth and light would return. In the heart of Asia, the Chinese calendar introduced a fascinating blend of lunar and solar cycles, resulting in a tapestry of festivals that celebrated everything from the harvest to the new year. The Spring Festival, or Chinese New Year, is a grand celebration, a time when families reunite, feasts are prepared, and fireworks light up the night sky. Imagine the streets bustling with joyful chatter and laughter as vibrant red lanterns sway gently in the breeze, symbolizing good fortune and joy. The significance of festivals transcended mere celebration. They were a communal expression of gratitude and reverence toward the divine. Each culture imbued their festivities with unique rituals, songs, and dances, creating a symphony of shared beliefs that resonated through time. As we reflect on these ancient celebrations, we begin to understand the profound connection between humanity and the cosmos. The calendar was not just a tool, it was a living embodiment of the relationship between the earth and the heavens, a way to navigate the mysteries of existence. In modern times, while many of these ancient practices may have faded, their essence lingers in our contemporary celebrations. The rhythms of nature continue to guide us as we mark the change of seasons with our own festivals, often echoing the themes of gratitude, renewal, and community. Festivals are a bridge that connects us to our ancestors, reminding us that we are part of a greater story, one that spans generations. As we gather with loved ones to celebrate the passing of the year, to light candles in winter's darkness, or to give thanks for the harvest, we engage in a timeless ritual that honors both the cycles of nature and the divine. As we draw this chapter to a close, it is clear that the calendar of the gods, with its festivals and seasons, is a testament to the human spirit's yearning for connection, understanding, and reverence for the forces that shape our existence. Through the ages, these celebrations have woven a rich tapestry of culture, faith, and community, reminding us that in every season there is a festival waiting to be celebrated, a sacred moment to honor the divine in all its forms. And so, as we continue our journey through time, let us carry with us the echoes of these ancient festivals, the rhythms of nature that still pulse through our lives, and the enduring belief that no matter where we are part of a grand tapestry that connects us all. What if the very words you spoke could shape reality? Imagine a world where a simple incantation could summon love, ward off misfortune, or even bring about a dark reckoning. This is the enchanting realm of magic and ritual, where spells, charms, and curses intertwine, forming a tapestry of human belief and experience that transcends cultures and epochs. Throughout history, magic has captivated the human imagination, a potent blend of the mystical and the mundane. It represents our deepest desires, fears, and hopes. From the ancient shamans of the Arctic tundra to the wise women in the bustling markets of medieval Europe, the art of magic has taken many forms, each uniquely reflecting the beliefs and values of its practitioners. Magic is often seen as a tool for transformation. The power of a spell does not merely lie in the words uttered, but in the intention behind them. Consider the spell of protection, an intricate weave of words and gestures designed to create a shield against harm. In many cultures, these spells are recited with utmost reverence, as they invoke the forces of nature, the spirits of ancestors, or even the divine. The belief in these forces solidifies the connection between the physical and the spiritual, giving rise to a reality where intentions manifest as tangible outcomes. But what about charms? These are often seen as simpler, everyday forms of magic, imbued with personal significance. A charm might be a small object, like a piece of jewelry or a carved stone, believed to hold protective qualities or attract good fortune. The act of carrying a charm is a ritual in itself, a daily reminder of one's hopes and dreams, a tangible connection to the unseen forces that guide our lives. As we delve deeper into the realm of magic, we encounter the darker side, curses. Unlike spells that seek to bring about good, curses are intended to invoke misfortune upon others. They are often born from anger, jealousy, or a desire for revenge. The history of curses is as rich and complex as that of spells, with tales of vengeance that ripple through time and shape destinies. From the infamous curse of the pharaohs to the more personal hexes whispered in the heat of an argument, curses reveal much about the human psyche and our struggle with emotions. Let us embark on this journey, exploring the fascinating world of magic and ritual, where every word carries weight and every intention can change the course of fate. Through this exploration, we will uncover the power of belief, the significance of symbols, and the enduring legacy of magic in our lives today. To understand the roots of magic, we must first travel back to the dawn of civilization. Ancient cultures across the globe embraced magic as an integral part of their existence. In Mesopotamia, the cradle of civilization, early practitioners known as priests and priestesses wielded magic as a means of communicating with the divine. They performed rituals intended to appease the gods and ensure bountiful harvests, health, and protection from foes. The ancient Sumerians inscribed their spells on clay tablets, leaving behind a rich legacy of incantations and rituals that would influence countless generations. In the shadowy realms of ancient Egypt, magic took on a life of its own. The Egyptians believed in a vast pantheon of gods, each with distinct powers and attributes. Magic was not merely a human endeavor, it was seen as a divine gift. The famous Book of the Dead, filled with spells designed to guide the deceased through the afterlife, illustrates the Egyptians' profound understanding of magic as a bridge between worlds. Amulets adorned with spells provided protection for the living, while intricate funerary rites ensured safe passage for the dead. Here, magic became a vital thread in the fabric of life and death, interwoven with the natural order. As we move across the globe, we find a similar reverence for magic among indigenous cultures. The shamans of Siberia, for instance, serve as mediators between the earthly realm and the spirit world. They employ spells and rituals to heal the sick, summon animal spirits, and restore harmony to their communities. This practice of shamanism is rooted in the belief that everything in the universe is connected, a notion that resonates deeply with the modern understanding of ecology. The shaman's words are not mere incantations, they are echoes of the world's heartbeat, a reminder of our place within the cosmos. With the rise of organized religion, particularly in Europe, the perception of magic shifted dramatically. The Church often viewed magic with suspicion, branding it as heresy. Yet, despite this, folk magic flourished, particularly among the lower classes. In the rural villages of medieval Europe, wise women and cunning folk provided remedies and charms, drawing on ancient traditions that had endured despite the encroaching darkness of persecution. The infamous witch hunts of the late Middle Ages sought to eradicate these practices, yet the allure of magic proved resilient, living on in whispered tales and clandestine gatherings. The Renaissance marked a turning point in the history of magic. A renewed interest in the occult and the esoteric flourished among scholars and thinkers. Alchemists, often regarded as the original scientists, sought to unlock the secrets of the universe through a blend of philosophy, chemistry, and mysticism. Their experiments with spells, symbols, and substances sought not only the transmutation of base metals into gold, but also the attainment of spiritual enlightenment. This period birthed a new understanding of magic, one that embraced the interplay between science and the supernatural. As we delve into the modern era, the landscape of magic continues to evolve. Today, we see a resurgence of interest in the occult, driven by a desire for self-empowerment and a connection to ancient wisdom. Wicca, a contemporary pagan religion, embraces the practice of magic as a means of honoring nature and the cycles of life. Spells and rituals are now accessible to anyone willing to explore their potential. Online communities share knowledge and experiences, inspiring a new generation of practitioners who blend ancient traditions with modern perspectives. However, the shadows of curses still linger. The belief in the power of a curse remains potent in contemporary society. Whether it's a playful hex or a deeply felt malediction, the fear of curses speaks to our innate understanding of the consequences of our actions. Many cultures maintain rituals to counteract curses, believing that the act of breaking a hex can restore balance and harmony. This cycle of intent and consequence reveals the complex relationship between magic and morality, a theme that resonates throughout history. As we reflect on the rich tapestry of magic and ritual, it becomes clear that spells, charms, and curses are more than mere words and actions. They are expressions of our deepest yearnings, fears, and aspirations. They embody the age-old quest for control over the chaos of existence, a desire to craft our destinies in a world that often feels unpredictable. In a time when the boundaries between science and spirituality continue to blur, magic remains a powerful force, a reminder that the human spirit is capable of both creation and destruction. Whether through a whispered spell under a full moon or a simple charm tucked in a pocket, we are all part of this ancient tradition, weaving our own stories into the ever-unfolding narrative of magic. So, as we conclude our journey through the realms of spells, charms, and curses, consider this. The next time you speak a word of intention, you may just be tapping into a power that has echoed through the ages, reminding us that magic is not just an artifact of the past, but a living, breathing part of our lives today. The aroma of incense lingers in the air, a soft halo of smoke curling upward, carrying whispers of prayers and hopes. Picture an ordinary home, yet within its walls lies a sacred space, a household shrine that serves as a portal to the divine. Here, amidst the everyday chaos of life, the spiritual and the mundane intertwine effortlessly. This is not just a mere corner of the house. It is a sanctuary where families come together, where traditions are maintained, and where the presence of the divine is invited into daily existence. Household shrines are more than decorative spaces. They are the heartbeat of spiritual life for many. Across cultures and continents, these small altars have become a vital part of domestic life, reflecting the beliefs, traditions, and values of those who inhabit the space. Imagine the families gathering around these shrines, sharing moments of devotion, gratitude, and reflection as they navigate the complexities of life. In many cultures, the household shrine acts as a bridge between the earthly and the celestial. It is where offerings are made, prayers are whispered, and ancestral spirits are honored. These rituals foster a sense of community and continuity, linking generations through shared beliefs and practices. As we delve into the intricate world of household shrines, we uncover how these sacred spaces shape identities, provide comfort, and guide moral compasses. The significance of household shrines can be traced back through history, revealing a tapestry of beliefs woven into the fabric of daily life. In Asia, particularly in countries like Japan, the tradition of the kamidana, or spirit shelf, is a testament to the integration of spirituality within the home. These miniaturized shrines often house offerings to the kami, or spirits, thanking them for their blessings and seeking guidance. In contrast, in Latin America, the altars of Dia de los Muertos celebrate the spirits of ancestors, inviting them back into the realm of the living for one night each year. Here, families create vibrant displays adorned with marigolds, sugar skulls, and photographs, bridging the gap between the living and the dead. Such rituals reflect a deep reverence for family heritage and an acknowledgement of the continuity of life beyond death. As we explore the diversity of household shrines, we must also consider the common thread that runs through them: the act of offering. Each offering, whether it be food, flowers, or prayers, serves as a tangible expression of gratitude and devotion. These rituals are imbued with meaning, often reflecting the unique cultural context in which they are practiced, yet they all convey a universal desire to connect with something greater than oneself. Imagine a family gathering around their shrine, the flickering candlelight casting gentle shadows on the walls. Each member takes turns placing offerings before the deities, their voices rising in unison as they chant prayers passed down through generations. In this intimate setting, the act of offering becomes a shared experience, a moment of unity that fosters deeper connections among family members. However, the significance of these shrines is not confined to the past. In the bustling modern world, where technology and globalization often dominate, many still find solace in these sacred practices. The household shrine has adapted, evolving to meet the needs of contemporary life while retaining its essential purpose. New offerings emerge, reflecting modern values and challenges, perhaps a smartphone placed beside a statue, a symbol of the digital age intertwined with spiritual devotion. The stories of those who maintain household shrines are as varied as the shrines themselves. We meet Maria, a grandmother from Mexico, who lovingly tends to her family's altar. Each week, she prepares a feast of food offerings for her ancestors, sharing stories of their lives with her grandchildren. For her, these rituals are not just about honoring the past. They are an opportunity to instill values and traditions in the next generation, ensuring that family history is cherished and remembered. Then there's Hiroshi, a young professional in Tokyo who finds peace amidst the chaos of city life by visiting his family's kamidana. After long days at work, he lights incense and offers a moment of reflection, seeking guidance from the spirits that watch over him. In his small apartment, the shrine becomes a sanctuary, a reminder of his roots in a fast-paced world that often disconnects individuals from their cultural heritage. As we journey through these personal narratives, we begin to understand the profound impact of household shrines on the lives of individuals and families. They serve not only as places of worship, but also as centers for education, reflection, and community bonding. The rituals surrounding these spaces foster a sense of belonging, a reminder that one is part of something larger, a lineage, a belief system, a community. The visual aesthetics of household shrines offer a feast for the senses. Each shrine is a unique expression of its owner's spirituality, often adorned with vibrant colors, intricate designs, and meaningful symbols. From the serene simplicity of a Japanese kamidana to the elaborate Dia de los Muertos altars, these spaces reflect the creativity and devotion of those who maintain them. The materials used in creating these shrines also tell a story. Natural elements like wood, clay, and stones are often favored, emphasizing a connection to the earth. In many traditions, the act of crafting the shrine itself is imbued with spiritual significance, a labor of love that transforms ordinary materials into something sacred. Each element, from the placement of the statues to the selection of offerings, is steeped in meaning and tradition, creating a tapestry of spiritual expression that resonates deeply. In unraveling the role of household shrines in daily life, we must also recognize their ability to adapt to change. As societies evolve, so too do the beliefs and practices surrounding these sacred spaces. New generations may reinterpret traditional rituals, blending old customs with contemporary values to create a unique spiritual identity. This ongoing dialogue between tradition and modernity highlights the resilience of belief systems, showcasing their ability to thrive even in a rapidly changing world. Ultimately, household shrines serve as a reminder of our shared humanity. They reflect our desires for connection, understanding, and continuity. Within these intimate spaces, the past meets the present, and the sacred intertwines with the everyday. They invite us to pause, reflect, and offer gratitude amidst the whirlwind of life, a gentle nudge to remember what truly matters. As we conclude this exploration of household shrines and offerings, we are left with the realization that these small altars hold immense significance. They embody the spirit of families, the echoes of ancestors, and the hopes for the future. In each offering placed before the shrine, there lies a story waiting to be told, a story of love, faith, and the eternal quest for connection with the divine. In a world that often pulls us in countless directions, perhaps it is in these sacred spaces that we can find our center, a reminder that no matter where we are, we carry our traditions, our beliefs, and our loved ones with us, always. What if the wisdom of the ages could be captured in the musings of a child? Imagine a young prophet, a mere boy whose words resonate with truths that echo through time. This is the story of Targis, a figure shrouded in mystery and reverence whose teachings have endured in the annals of history. The sacred books of Targis, a collection of profound insights and reflections, invite us to explore the depths of knowledge and the simplicity of understanding. Targis emerged in ancient Etruria, a region rich in culture and spirituality, where the gods were believed to walk among mortals. Born of divine heritage, his life began under extraordinary circumstances, as if the cosmos itself conspired to bring forth a voice that would bridge the gap between the divine and the earthly. At the tender age of just 12, he became a prophet, captivating the hearts and minds of those who sought guidance in a world filled with uncertainty. Imagine a child, standing in the midst of seasoned adults, yet possessing wisdom that seemed to transcend his years. As we delve into the sacred books of Targis, we uncover the profound insights he imparted to the Etruscans. This was not just a collection of rules or dogma, it was a living dialogue, a conversation that sought to unravel the mysteries of existence. Each passage invites us to ponder the nature of life, the divine, and our place within the cosmos. Targis spoke of the importance of harmony with nature, urging his followers to attune themselves to the rhythms of the earth. He reminded them that the very essence of life is intertwined with the world around them, a lesson that resonates as strongly today as it did in his time. One of the most striking themes in the sacred books is the emphasis on the interconnectedness of all beings. Targis taught that every action reverberates through the fabric of existence, creating a web of relationships that bind us all together. This notion of unity challenges the individualistic tendencies of modern society, prompting us to reflect on our responsibilities to one another and to the planet we inhabit. His teachings remind us that true wisdom lies not in isolation, but in recognizing our shared humanity. In one particularly poignant passage, Targis recounts a vision of a great tree, its roots deep in the earth, its branches reaching toward the heavens. This tree symbolizes the connection between the material and the spiritual, a reminder that our lives are nourished by both the tangible and the ethereal. Each leaf represents a thought, a choice, a moment in time, intertwined and dependent on one another for growth. As we contemplate this imagery, we are called to consider how we, too, can nurture our roots while aspiring to reach higher. The sacred books of Targis also delve into the nature of knowledge itself. Through his words, we are invited to consider the difference between mere information and true understanding. In a world saturated with data, Targis implores us to seek wisdom, to cultivate discernment, and to recognize that knowledge is not a destination, but a journey. He urges us to approach the mysteries of life with humility, embracing the questions even more than the answers. This perspective encourages a lifelong quest for learning, a pursuit that enriches our souls and broadens our horizons. As we turn the pages of the sacred books, we encounter the concept of fate and free will. Tages eloquently articulates the delicate balance between destiny and choice, suggesting that while certain paths may be predetermined, our responses to them shape our journey. This duality resonates deeply within us as we navigate the complexities of our own lives. How often do we find ourselves at a crossroads, grappling with decisions that seem both monumental and trivial? In those moments, the wisdom of Tages whispers to us, reminding us that our choices are powerful, capable of steering the course of our lives in unforeseen directions. The child prophet also emphasizes the importance of community. He speaks of the collective wisdom that arises when individuals gather to share their insights, experiences, and struggles. In a time when isolation can feel all too prevalent, his teachings remind us of the strength found in unity. The bonds we forge with others create a tapestry of support and understanding, allowing us to weather the storms of life together. It is a call to action, urging us to foster connections and nurture the relationships that enrich our existence. Tages' wisdom also extends to the realm of spirituality, where he invites us to explore the divine within ourselves and in the world around us. He speaks of the sacredness of life, urging his followers to recognize the divine spark present in every being. This perspective challenges us to see beyond the surface, to appreciate the beauty and complexity of each individual. In a society that often prioritizes superficial judgments, the teachings of Tages serve as a gentle reminder to seek the divine in the ordinary, to honor the sacredness of every moment. As we near the conclusion of our exploration, it is essential to reflect on the legacy of Tages and the impact of his teachings. The sacred books have transcended time, influencing not only the Etruscans, but also echoing through various philosophical and spiritual traditions. His insights have inspired countless individuals to seek a deeper understanding of themselves and their connection to the universe. In a world that often feels chaotic and fragmented, the wisdom of this child prophet offers a beacon of hope, guiding us back to the essence of what it means to be human. In closing, the sacred books of Tages remind us that wisdom can indeed flow from the most unexpected sources, transcending age and experience. The voice of a child, imbued with divine insight, challenges us to reconsider our approach to life, urging us to seek knowledge, cultivate compassion, and embrace our interconnectedness. As we carry these teachings into our own lives, may we find inspiration in the words of the child prophet, allowing them to guide us on our journey of discovery. Let us honor the legacy of Tages by living with intention, nurturing our connections, and embracing the sacredness of existence one moment at a time. In an age marked by uncertainty, where the echoes of war and turmoil seem to drown out the whispers of hope, one remarkable figure emerged from the shadows of history. She was known as Vegoia, a prophetess whose name would resonate through time as a beacon of divine law and guidance for her people. Her story is not merely one of mystical prowess, but of courage, wisdom, and an unyielding commitment to the greater good. Vegoia lived during a tumultuous period in the ancient world, a time when the Celts roamed the lands, shaping culture and civilization in ways that still inspire awe today. But amidst the splendor of their traditions and the richness of their beliefs, a deep-seated fear gripped the hearts of many. The very fabric of society was threatened by the encroaching influence of external forces, and within this context, Vegoia arose, her voice echoing with clarity amidst the chaos. Imagine, if you will, a misty dawn breaking over the sacred groves where Vagoya often sought solace and inspiration. The air is thick with anticipation, as if the very earth beneath her feet was alive with the energies of the ancients. It was here, surrounded by towering oaks and whispering winds, that she would receive visions from the divine, messages that would guide her people through perilous times. These messages were not mere words. They were profound insights into the moral and spiritual framework that governed the lives of her followers. Vagoya was more than just a seer. She was a guardian of divine law, a custodian of the sacred principles that bound her community together. The laws she spoke of were not written in stone or ink, but were etched into the hearts of the people. They were about justice, honor, and the sacred balance between humanity and the divine. Her teachings emphasized that these laws were not merely to be observed, but lived, echoed in the everyday actions of those who sought to embody the principles she laid forth. As word of Vagoya's prophecies spread, she became a figure of immense influence, drawing seekers from far and wide. Warriors, farmers, and leaders alike would journey to her, hoping to glean wisdom that could turn the tides in their favor. Among them were those who sought validation for their own ambitions, yet Vagoya remained steadfast. She spoke not to please, but to enlighten, often delivering messages that were as challenging as they were enlightening. Her prophetic words became a touchstone for the values of her time, and her unwavering commitment to truth earned her both reverence and enmity. One cannot discuss Vagoya without delving into the context of the political landscape that surrounded her. The Celts were in a constant state of flux, their tribes often at odds, their territories under threat from external invaders. It was a world where power dynamics shifted like the tides, and the need for a unifying force was paramount. Vagoya, with her profound insights, emerged as that force, calling for unity and collaboration among the tribes. Her vision transcended the narrow confines of tribal loyalty, urging her people to see beyond their differences and recognize the shared destiny that awaited them. In her prophecies, Vagoya often spoke of a great convergence, a time when the strength of unity would surpass the power of division. This was a radical notion in a society so deeply entrenched in tribal identity. Yet her words resonated deeply, planting the seeds of change in the hearts of those who listened. She envisioned a future where collaboration and understanding would lead to prosperity, a future where the divine law she championed would guide not only individuals but entire communities. However, any figure of such profound influence inevitably faces opposition. Vagoya's ascent was met with skepticism, particularly from those who wielded power and sought to maintain the status quo. For them, her teachings posed a threat to the established order, challenging the very foundations upon which their authority rested. Yet, Vagoya remained undeterred. She stood firm in her convictions, often reiterating that true leadership was not defined by dominance, but by the ability to uplift and empower others. As tales of her prophecies spread, Vagoya became a source of inspiration for many, particularly women in her society. In a world where female voices were often marginalized, she stood as a powerful testament to the strength and wisdom that women could possess. Her presence challenged the patriarchal structures of her time, demonstrating that leadership could emerge from unexpected places. Vagoya's influence extended beyond her immediate community, inspiring generations of women to rise, to speak, and to lead. Through the lens of history, we can witness the profound impact Vagoya had on her society. Her teachings transcended the boundaries of time, finding echoes in the philosophies of later generations. The divine law she espoused became a guiding principle for many, a moral compass that directed their actions and decisions. Her legacy is a reminder that the voice of one can indeed change the course of many. As we peel back the layers of Vagoya's life, we find that her connection to the divine was not a solitary experience. She was deeply attuned to the rhythms of nature, understanding that the world around her was imbued with sacred significance. The cycles of the moon, the changing seasons, and the whispers of the wind were all part of the divine tapestry she sought to interpret. In her teachings, she often urged her followers to embrace the natural world, recognizing that true wisdom comes from living in harmony with the universe. It is within this context that Virgoia's most famous prophecy emerged, a vision of impending conflict, of strife that would threaten the very existence of her people. Yet rather than succumbing to despair, she framed her words with hope, urging her followers to prepare not just for battle, but for reconciliation. She preached that the true measure of strength lies not in the sword but in the heart, in the ability to forgive and to seek understanding. As the shadows of war loomed closer, Virgoia became a beacon of light for those who feared the worst. Her messages of hope and resilience resonated deeply, instilling a sense of purpose among her people. They rallied around her, not merely as a prophetess, but as a leader who embodied the very principles she preached. In the face of adversity, Virgoia became a symbol of unwavering faith, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, the light of divine law can guide the way. In the end, the legacy of Virgoia transcended her lifetime. Long after her physical presence faded from the earth, her teachings continued to inspire countless generations. The stories of her prophecies, her call for unity, and her unwavering commitment to justice became woven into the very fabric of Celtic mythology, a reminder that the voice of the divine can resonate in the hearts of those willing to listen. As we reflect on the life of Virgoia, we are reminded that the guardians of divine law are not merely figures of the past. They are present in every generation. They are the voices that challenge injustice, the seers who inspire hope, and the leaders who guide us toward a brighter future. Virgoia's story serves as an enduring testament to the power of faith, the strength of community, and the unbreakable bond between humanity and the divine. In every whisper of the wind, in every rustle of the leaves, her spirit lives on, urging us to seek the truth and to embody the principles that unite us all. Imagine a world where death is not an end, but merely a transition into another vibrant existence. For the ancient Etruscans, this belief shaped their lives in profound ways, influencing their art, architecture, and rituals surrounding mortality. Today, we embark on a journey into the enigmatic world of Etruscan beliefs about the afterlife, a realm where joy and terror coexisted in a delicate balance. The Etruscans, an ancient civilization that flourished in what is now modern-day Italy, held a unique view of life after death. Unlike many cultures that regarded death with fear and trepidation, they embraced it with a sense of wonder and curiosity. Their tombs, often adorned with intricate frescoes and elaborate grave goods, tell stories of a vibrant afterlife filled with feasting, music, and celebration. Yet, lurking beneath this joyous facade was a darker reality, a recognition of the threats and perils that awaited souls as they journeyed beyond the mortal realm. As we delve deeper into Etruscan beliefs, we find ourselves standing before the magnificent tombs of Tarquinia, a UNESCO World Heritage Site that showcases the rich artistry and spirituality of this ancient culture. These tombs, with their vivid murals depicting banquets, athletic contests, and daily life, reveal a society that cherished the idea of an afterlife filled with pleasure. The Etruscans believed that the deceased would continue to experience the joys of life, surrounded by loved ones and partaking in the pleasures that once brought them happiness. But what lies beyond the jubilant scenes of feasting and merriment? Etruscan mythology is populated with a pantheon of deities who presided over the afterlife, guiding souls through the treacherous journey to the underworld. One of the most significant figures was Charon, the ferryman who transported souls across the river Acheron, a dark and foreboding passage that marked the boundary between the world of the living and the realm of the dead. To ensure safe passage, the Etruscans often buried their dead with coins, a practice derived from the belief that Charon required payment for his services. This intriguing blend of joy and fear encapsulates the Etruscan perspective on death, a recognition that while the afterlife held promise, it was not without its dangers. As we explore the intricate tomb paintings, we encounter scenes that depict not only joyous celebrations, but also the ever-looming presence of death. The Etruscans understood that their journey did not end with burial. It was merely a passage into a new existence where the stakes were high. The afterlife was a realm where the deceased faced trials, where the wrong choices could lead to eternal torment, and where the memory of the living could influence the fate of the dead. Such beliefs illustrate the Etruscans' complex relationship with mortality, where joy and terror were intertwined in an elaborate tapestry of existence. The notion of duality permeated Etruscan thought. In their art, we see the celebration of life alongside the acknowledgement of death's inevitability. The frescoes in the tombs often depict lavish banquets, where the deceased are shown reclining at tables, indulging in the company of friends and family. Yet, these scenes are often juxtaposed with images of monsters and grotesque figures, serving as stark reminders of the perils that awaited in the afterlife. This interplay between pleasure and fear reflects the Etruscan understanding of mortality, not as a definitive end, but as a complex journey filled with uncertainties. Each tomb tells a story, a narrative of a life well lived and the hopes for what lies ahead. As we navigate through the chambers of the Etruscan necropolises, we encounter the remains of warriors, artisans, and nobility, each surrounded by objects that signify their status and aspirations in the afterlife. The Etruscans believed that these grave goods would accompany the deceased, providing comfort and assistance in their journey. From beautifully crafted pottery to intricate jewelry, these artifacts reveal a society that valued not only the physical but also the spiritual as they prepared for the great beyond. Yet, amid the splendor of these tombs, there lurked a fear of the unknown. The Etruscans recognized that the afterlife was not solely a place of joy, it was also rife with potential horrors. The concept of the mors, the personification of death, was a constant reminder of the fragility of life and the inevitability of mortality. The Etruscans crafted elaborate rituals to appease the spirits and ensure safe passage, understanding that the balance between reverence and fear was essential in navigating the afterlife. Their beliefs extended beyond mere rituals. They were deeply embedded in the fabric of Etruscan society. The living engaged in practices to honor their ancestors, ensuring that their memories would endure. Festivals, feasts, and offerings were common, as the living sought to maintain a connection with those who had passed. This ongoing relationship with the dead served to reinforce the Etruscan belief that death was not an end, but rather a continuation of the journey, where the living and the dead coexisted in a shared space. As we draw closer to understanding the Etruscan afterlife, we cannot overlook the influence of their beliefs on Roman culture. The Etruscans, often credited with shaping many aspects of early Roman religion, imparted their views on death and the afterlife to the burgeoning civilization. The Romans adopted and adapted these beliefs, intertwining them with their own, creating a rich tapestry of mythology that would resonate through the ages. The legacy of the Etruscan perspective on death continues to echo in the annals of history, reminding us of the universal human fascination with what lies beyond. In reflecting upon the Etruscan afterlife, we are confronted with questions that transcend time and culture. What happens to us when we die? Are we greeted with joy or met with terror? For the Etruscans, the answers were woven into the very fabric of their existence. They faced the mystery of death with a sense of acceptance, acknowledging that while the afterlife could be fraught with challenges, it was also a realm of possibilities, a place where the spirit could soar beyond the confines of the earthly realm. As we conclude our exploration of the Etruscan afterlife, we are left with a profound appreciation for a culture that dared to envision death not as a finality, but as a continuation of the journey. In their intricate tombs and vibrant art, they captured the essence of life, love, and loss, creating a legacy that speaks to the heart of our shared humanity. The Etruscan worldview invites us to ponder our own beliefs about death and the afterlife, urging us to embrace the mystery with wonder and reverence. In the end, it is this delicate balance of joy and terror that defines the human experience, reminding us that while we may not know what lies beyond, we can celebrate the lives we lead and honor those who came before us. In the corridors of time, few entities have wielded as much influence over the course of human history as religion. As we journey through the ages, we discover an intricate tapestry woven from the threads of faith and governance. Imagine a world where the whispers of priests echoed through the grand halls of power, shaping the destinies of nations, guiding kings, and influencing the very fabric of society. This is the story of the entwined destinies of religion and politics, a tale of the power of the priests. From the ancient temples of Mesopotamia to the sprawling cathedrals of medieval Europe, the role of priests has been paramount. These spiritual leaders were not just mediators between the divine and the mundane, they were also architects of political landscapes. Throughout history, the priesthood has emerged as a formidable force, wielding power that transcended the sacred and seeped into the secular. But what is it that grants them such authority? The answer lies within the very essence of belief. In ancient Egypt, for instance, the pharaoh was considered a living god, a divine ruler whose authority derived from the gods themselves. Priests held a unique position, serving as intermediaries between the divine and the earthly realm. They conducted rituals, maintained temples, and interpreted the will of the gods, which in turn influenced the pharaoh's decisions. The priesthood was not merely a religious institution, it was a political powerhouse that shaped the course of civilization. As we move forward in time, the narrative shifts to the ancient Greeks, where the oracles held sway over both political and personal affairs. The Oracle of Delphi, in particular, was revered as the mouthpiece of Apollo, providing guidance to both commoners and leaders. Kings would travel great distances, seeking the oracle's cryptic insights before embarking on wars or making significant political moves. The power of the oracle lay not only in its spiritual significance, but also in its ability to sway decisions that could alter the trajectory of nations. Now, let us cast our gaze upon the Roman Empire, where religion and politics danced a complex waltz. The Roman Senate, a bastion of political power, often found itself at odds with the emerging Christian faith. As Christianity spread, it began to challenge the very foundations of Roman religious practices. Yet, it was within this turmoil that the Church found its strength. The Edict of Milan in 313 AD, issued by Emperor Constantine, marked a turning point. Christianity was no longer a persecuted faith, it was embraced, and with that acceptance came immense power. Bishops rose to prominence, influencing emperors and shaping policies. The Church became a formidable political entity, often rivaling secular authorities. Fast forward to the Middle Ages, where the Catholic Church reached unparalleled heights of power. The Pope, as the supreme head of the Church, wielded authority that extended far beyond spiritual matters. With the ability to excommunicate rulers and declare holy wars, the Pope became a figure of both reverence and fear. The intertwining of faith and governance reached a crescendo during the Crusades, as religious fervor ignited the passions of kings and knights alike. The promise of salvation and the allure of land combined to create a potent mix of devotion and ambition. The clergy, standing at the intersection of faith and politics, played a crucial role in rallying support for these monumental campaigns. As we delve deeper into this intricate relationship, we cannot overlook the impact of the Protestant Reformation. The challenge to Catholic supremacy brought forth a wave of new religious interpretations, fueling dissent and transforming the political landscape of Europe. Figures like Martin Luther and John Calvin not only questioned the teachings of the Church, but also inspired movements that would redefine the relationship between faith and governance. The rise of Protestantism led to conflicts, alliances, and new religious orders that further complicated the political scene. The priests of these emerging sects often found themselves in positions of influence, shaping the beliefs and actions of their followers in ways that resonated throughout society. The narrative of religion and politics is not confined to Europe. It reverberates across continents. In the Americas, indigenous spiritual leaders wielded significant influence over their communities long before European contact. The arrival of colonial powers brought a seismic shift as missionaries sought to convert native populations. In doing so, they often aligned themselves with colonial authorities, using the power of faith to legitimize conquest and control. The legacy of this intertwining of religion and politics can still be felt today, as faith continues to play a pivotal role in the cultural and political identity of many nations. As we traverse the globe, we encounter the rise of Islam and the pivotal role of religious leaders in shaping political entities. The caliphates of the medieval period exemplified the merger of spiritual and temporal authority. The caliph was not only a political leader, but also a religious figure, responsible for upholding Islamic law and guiding the faithful. This duality created a powerful framework for governance that has continued to influence Muslim-majority nations to this day. The interplay between religion and politics remains a defining characteristic of many societies, shaping laws, customs, and social norms. In the modern era, the relationship between religion and politics has evolved, yet remains as potent as ever. The rise of secularism challenged the dominance of religious institutions, but in many regions, faith continues to inform political ideologies and actions. From the influence of evangelical movements in the United States to the resurgence of religious nationalism in various parts of the world, the dynamic between priests and politics is ever present. Leaders often invoke religious rhetoric to rally support, while religious leaders engage in the political arena, seeking to influence policy and public opinion. As we reflect on this intricate and ever-changing relationship, we come to understand that the power of priests is not merely a relic of the past, but a significant force shaping our present and guiding our future. Religion and politics are intertwined in a dance that is both complex and compelling, driving human behavior and societal evolution. The legacy of priests as power brokers endures, reminding us that faith can be a potent catalyst for change, a source of both inspiration and conflict. In closing, the power of the priests serves as a testament to the enduring connection between belief and governance. As we navigate through the complexities of the modern world, it is crucial to recognize this relationship, one that has shaped civilizations, sparked revolutions, and continues to guide the moral compass of societies. The echoes of their influence resonate through the ages, reminding us that the interplay of religion and politics is a profound aspect of the human experience, one that will undoubtedly continue to unfold in the chapters yet to be written. Imagine standing in the ruins of a once mighty civilization where the echoes of gods and heroes still resonate through the crumbling stone. The ancient land of Etruria, a region now known as Tuscany, was a cradle of culture and innovation long before the rise of Rome. But what if I told you that this land, rich in myth and mystique, played a pivotal role in shaping the very foundations of Roman religion? Today, we delve into a fascinating chapter of history, where the Romans encountered the Etruscan gods, adopting and adapting them into their own pantheon. The Etruscans, with their advanced society, were not just artisans and traders, they were deeply spiritual people. They looked to the heavens, interpreting the whims of the divine through a language of signs and omens. Their gods, vivid and varied, embodied the forces of nature and the complexities of human emotion. As the Romans began to expand their influence into Etruria, they found themselves drawn into this intricate web of spirituality. But how did the Romans, a people with their own nascent beliefs, come to embrace the deities of their neighbors? The answer lies not only in conquest, but in a profound respect for the Etruscan way of life. As they encountered these new gods, the Romans recognized the depth of Etruscan mythology and its connection to the natural world. It was a transformative moment, as they began to borrow these deities, weaving them into the fabric of their own religious practices. Consider the god Tinia, the Etruscan equivalent of Zeus. While the Greeks revered their thunderer, the Etruscans looked to Tinia, who wielded not only the power of the storm, but also the authority over fate. As the Romans encountered Tinia, they saw an opportunity to enrich their own pantheon. He was absorbed into their mythology, becoming Jupiter, the king of the gods, yet retaining a distinct aura of Etruscan heritage. The Romans did not simply adopt, they assimilated, transforming Tinia into a symbol of Roman power and divine favor. The process of borrowing did not stop with the gods of the sky. The Etruscan goddess Minerva, a figure of wisdom and warfare, found her way into Roman culture as Minerva. The Romans revered her not just as a warrior goddess, but also as a protector of the arts and crafts. This duality reflected the Roman ethos of pragmatism, merging the spiritual with the practical. In Minerva, they saw a protector who could guide their warriors and inspire their artisans, a perfect embodiment of their expanding aspirations. Yet the influence of the Etruscan gods extended beyond mere names and attributes. The Romans were captivated by Etruscan religious practices, particularly their rituals surrounding death and the afterlife. The Etruscans believed that the soul continued its journey beyond the grave, a notion that resonated deeply with the Romans. They adopted and adapted these beliefs, infusing their own funerary practices with Etruscan elements. This blending of traditions created a rich tapestry of beliefs, ensuring that the spirit of both cultures lived on. As we explore this intriguing exchange, we must also consider the role of mythology in the day-to-day lives of both peoples. Rituals, sacrifices, and festivals were not mere acts of devotion. They were vital expressions of identity and community. The Etruscans celebrated their gods through elaborate ceremonies, invoking their favor for bountiful harvests and victories in battle. The Romans, witnessing these vibrant displays, recognized the power of public devotion. They adopted similar practices, crafting their own festivals to honor the newly integrated gods, ensuring that the divine presence remained a cornerstone of Roman life. The Romans were astute observers, and their interactions with the Etruscans were not limited to the spiritual realm. They were also keen on the Etruscan understanding of the natural world. The Etruscans possessed a unique skill in interpreting the signs of nature, a practice known as augury. This art of divination, steeped in the observation of birds and the examination of omens, intrigued the Romans. They adopted augury as a vital part of their own religious practices, solidifying the connection between nature and the divine. With each deity borrowed and adapted, the Romans not only expanded their pantheon, but also solidified their identity as a people. This cultural exchange was not one-sided. It was a dialogue between two civilizations, each influencing the other in profound ways. As the Romans grew in power, they began to see themselves not just as conquerors, but as custodians of a rich tapestry of beliefs, blending the old with the new. However, The relationship between the Romans and Etruscans was not without its complexities. As Rome expanded, the Etruscans found themselves increasingly marginalized. The very gods they had once worshipped alongside the Romans began to fade from the public consciousness. The divine figures that had once held such significance began to be overshadowed by Roman deities, their stories relegated to the whispers of history. This gradual shift serves as a poignant reminder of the impermanence of cultural identity in the face of conquest. Yet, the legacy of the Etruscan gods did not vanish entirely. Their influence persisted, woven into the fabric of Roman religion and culture. As the Roman Empire flourished and spread across continents, the echoes of Etruscan mythology traveled with them. The stories of Tinia, Minerva, and others became part of a larger narrative, one that transcended borders and time. In our exploration of this intricate relationship, we discover not just a tale of borrowing and adaptation, but a story of resilience and transformation. The Romans, through their encounters with the Etruscan gods, crafted a unique identity that was both distinctly Roman and deeply influenced by its predecessors. This fusion of beliefs and practices laid the groundwork for a civilization that would leave an indelible mark on history. As we reflect on this dynamic exchange, we are reminded of the power of mythology to shape societies and forge connections between people. The gods of the Etruscans and Romans continue to inspire, their stories echoing through the ages. They remind us that the divine can be found not only in the heavens, but also in the intricate web of human experience, where cultures collide and intertwine. In closing, we invite you to ponder the significance of these ancient encounters. What do they reveal about the nature of belief, identity, and the human spirit? The story of the Etruscan gods and their journey into the heart of Roman culture is not merely a relic of the past. It is a testament to the enduring power of myth and the connections that bind us across time and space. As we continue our journey through history, let us carry these lessons with us, for they illuminate the paths we walk today. Across the rolling hills of ancient Italy, where the sun casts long shadows over the earth and time seems to stand still, there lies the mysterious civilization of the Etruscans. This intriguing society, flourishing from the 8th to the 3rd century BCE, has long captured the imagination of historians and archaeologists alike. But what happens when a culture so rich in tradition encounters the relentless tides of change? This is the story of how the Etruscans, with their vibrant rituals and unique practices, transformed into the Roman way of life, a journey marked by both conflict and synthesis. Imagine a bustling Etruscan city, its streets filled with the earthy aromas of freshly baked bread and the vibrant sounds of merchants haggling. The Etruscans were not mere inhabitants of Italy. They were innovators, renowned for their advancements in art, architecture, and particularly their religious practices. Their temples, adorned with intricate frescoes and sculptures, were not just places of worship. They were the very heart of Etruscan life, where rituals were performed to appease the gods and ancestors. Rituals in Etruscan society were elaborate affairs, steeped in a rich tapestry of beliefs. The Etruscans believed in the power of divination, interpreting the will of the gods through the inspection of animal entrails or the patterns of lightning. Each ritual was laden with symbolism, intended to foster a connection with the divine and ensure the prosperity of the community. The sacred ceremonies, often presided over by a priestly class known as the haruspices, provided a framework within which the Etruscans navigated the complexities of life and death. As the Etruscans thrived, they began to expand their reach, establishing trade networks that stretched across the Mediterranean. However, with growth came conflict. The rise of neighboring powers, particularly the burgeoning Republic of Rome, posed a significant threat to Etruscan dominance. The Romans, with their own burgeoning identity, were beginning to carve out their place in history, and they were not inclined to share this newly forged destiny. The Etruscan rituals, which had once flourished in the light of their own gods, now found themselves in the shadow of the Roman pantheon. As Roman influence spread, a fascinating transformation began to take shape. The rituals that had once been unique to Etruscan culture started to intermingle with Roman traditions, creating a rich tapestry of belief that would lay the foundation for what we now recognize as Roman religion. What was it about Roman culture that led to this amalgamation? At the core of Roman identity was a profound respect for tradition, but they were also pragmatists, willing to adopt customs that would strengthen their own religious and cultural fabric. The Romans recognized the significance of Etruscan rituals and practices, integrating them into their own belief systems while simultaneously asserting dominance over the Etruscan people. In this crucible of transformation, the Etruscan gods were not simply erased, they were reinterpreted and assimilated. The major deities, such as Tenia, the Etruscan sky god, found their counterparts in the Roman pantheon as Jupiter, while other Etruscan figures became reimagined within the framework of Roman mythology. This blending of beliefs was not merely an act of conquest, but rather a complex negotiation of identity, where the Etruscans were both assimilated and yet left with threads of their own heritage. As we delve deeper into this transformation, we must explore the rituals that became synonymous with Roman life. The Romans, influenced by Etruscan practices, adopted and adapted various ceremonies ranging from funerary rites to public festivals. The funerary customs, in particular, serve as a poignant example of this cultural exchange. The Etruscans practiced elaborate burial rituals, believing in an afterlife where the deceased continued to exist among the living. This reverence for the dead found new expression in Roman customs, which emphasized the importance of honoring ancestors through rituals that celebrated their memory. The Roman funeral, heavily influenced by Etruscan traditions, became a grand spectacle, marked by processions, eulogies, and offerings. The practice of displaying the deceased's body, a custom borrowed from the Etruscans, became a poignant moment for the living to reflect on mortality and the importance of familial legacy. The Romans, ever adaptable, infused their own characteristics into these rituals, forging a unique tradition that would resonate through the ages. Yet, the transformation did not stop at funerary practices. The Roman calendar, rich with festivals and public ceremonies, bore the unmistakable imprint of Etruscan influence. Festivals dedicated to agricultural prosperity, seasonal changes, and the honoring of deities became a vibrant part of Roman life. The Etruscans, known for their agricultural prowess, celebrated the cycles of nature with fervor, and the Romans, recognizing the significance of these traditions, incorporated them into their own calendar, transforming them into national celebrations that underscored the strength of the Roman state. As we journey through this narrative, we must also consider the role of architecture in this cultural transformation. Etruscan temples, with their grand columns and terracotta sculptures, provided a blueprint for Roman religious structures. The transition from the Etruscan design to the monumental architecture of Rome is a testament to the innovative spirit of both cultures. The Romans took the foundational elements of Etruscan temple construction and reimagined them, creating iconic structures that would stand the test of time, such as the Pantheon, which still inspires awe today. Through these architectural advancements, the Romans not only honored their Etruscan predecessors, but also asserted their own identity. The temples became symbols of Roman power and religious devotion, reflecting a society that was both rooted in its past and relentlessly forward-looking. As we reflect on the interplay between Etruscan and Roman rituals, it becomes evident that the process was a complex dance of assimilation and adaptation. The Etruscans were not mere victims of Roman expansion. They were active participants in a cultural dialogue that would shape the course of history. This transformation was not just a loss of identity, but a reimagining of what it meant to worship, to celebrate, and to remember. As the sun sets on the ancient world of the Etruscans, we see the dawn of a new era, the Roman Empire. The transformation of rituals from Etruscan to Roman is not merely a tale of conquest, it is a story of evolution, where traditions intertwine and evolve, creating a legacy that endures. It is a testament to the resilience of culture and the enduring power of belief, reminding us that even in the face of change, the essence of a people can persist, finding new expressions in the fabric of a different society. In this intricate tapestry of history, the Etruscans and Romans have left an indelible mark, not only on the landscape of Italy, but on the very foundations of Western civilization. The rituals that once defined Etruscan life have transformed, adapted, and ultimately contributed to a new cultural identity, one that would echo through the annals of time. As we close this chapter, we are reminded that every ending is but a new beginning, and the stories of the past continue to shape our understanding of who we are today. How often do we pause to consider the invisible threads that connect us to ancient civilizations? In the grand tapestry of human history, few cultures have left a mark as indelible as that of ancient Greece. Its influence, like a gentle whisper echoing through time, has shaped not only the Western world, but also the very fabric of human thought, art, and governance. Today we delve into the profound shadows cast by Greece, exploring how its ideas and ideals continue to resonate in modern society. Imagine walking through the bustling streets of a contemporary city, a symphony of voices and sights surrounding you. Yet, beneath this vibrant chaos lies a foundation built upon the philosophical inquiries of Socrates, the dramatic tales of Sophocles, and the democratic ideals of Pericles. These are not mere relics of a distant past. They are the bedrock of our cultural identity. The significance of Hellenic influences stretches far beyond the Mediterranean, infiltrating our legal systems, educational structures, and even our everyday conversations. Philosophy, that noble pursuit of truth and understanding, finds its roots deep within Greek soil. The dialogues of Plato, filled with rich debates on morality, justice, and the nature of existence, continue to challenge and inspire thinkers today. One might ask, why do we still grapple with questions first posed millennia ago? The answer lies in the universal human experience. The dilemmas faced by those ancient philosophers resonate with our own struggles. Whether we are questioning our purpose or deliberating on ethical dilemmas, the echoes of Greek thought guide us like a distant star. Take a moment to ponder the concept of democracy. It was in the city-state of Athens, around the 5th century BCE, that the seeds of participatory governance were sown. The idea that citizens, rather than a monarch, should have a voice in their own governance was revolutionary. Today we enjoy the privileges of that system, yet we often overlook the laborious journey that led to its establishment. As we engage in debates at town halls or cast our votes, we are not just exercising rights. We are standing on the shoulders of giants who envisioned a society where each voice mattered. In the realm of art and literature, the legacy of Greece is equally profound. The grandeur of Greek tragedy, epitomized by playwrights like Aeschylus and Euripides, has shaped the narrative structures we cherish today. Their works, rich with themes of fate, morality, and the human condition, continue to be adapted and reinterpreted, reminding us of our shared vulnerabilities. Consider the impact of a tragic play. It draws us into a world of emotion, compelling us to confront our own fears and desires. In theatres around the world, the stories crafted millennia ago are still performed, proving that the essence of humanity transcends time. Yet beyond the realms of philosophy and art, Greek influence permeates the very language we speak. The lexicon of English, for instance, is peppered with Greek terms, from the simple democracy to the complex philosophy. Understanding the roots of these words can deepen our appreciation for the ideas they convey. Each term carries with it a story, a connection to the thinkers who first articulated such concepts. When we utter these words, we participate in an ancient dialogue bridging our present with a past that remains vibrantly alive. As we traverse the landscapes of history, we encounter the rise of Hellenistic culture following the conquests of Alexander the Great. This era, marked by the fusion of Greek and Eastern influences, sparked a renaissance of thought, art, and science. It was a time when knowledge knew no borders, a period that laid the groundwork for future advancements. The libraries of Alexandria, teeming with scrolls and manuscripts, became the epicenter of learning, attracting scholars from all corners of the known world. In this melting pot of ideas, we witness the birth of disciplines that we often take for granted today, such as astronomy, mathematics, and even medicine. The philosophers of the Hellenistic period, like Epicurus and the Stoics, offered new perspectives on happiness and resilience. Their teachings on finding joy in simple pleasures and cultivating inner peace resonate deeply in our modern lives. In a world inundated with distractions and pressures, their wisdom serves as a guiding light, reminding us of the importance of balance and self-reflection. As we turn our gaze to the architectural marvels of ancient Greece, we find another testament to their lasting influence. The Parthenon, with its majestic columns and intricate sculptures, stands as a symbol of beauty and order. Its design principles, rooted in harmony and proportion, continue to inspire architects and artists worldwide. The neoclassical movement, which emerged in the 18th century, sought to revive these ideals, leading to the construction of iconic buildings that echo the grandeur of their ancient predecessors. Every time we admire a columned structure, we are indirectly celebrating the ingenuity of Greek architects who mastered the art of form and function. In education, the Socratic method, a form of cooperative, argumentative dialogue, remains a cornerstone of modern teaching practices. By encouraging questioning and critical thinking, it empowers students to explore ideas deeply, fostering a culture of inquiry. This pedagogical approach, born in the Athenian agora, challenges us to engage actively with the material, transforming passive learning into an interactive experience. As we engage in discussions and debates, we honor the legacy of a method that has shaped generations of thinkers. The influence of Greece also extends to the realm of science. Figures like Archimedes and Hippocrates laid the foundations for mathematics and medicine, fields that are integral to our daily lives. The principles of geometry that we apply today were articulated in the works of these ancient scholars. The Hippocratic Oath, a pledge taken by physicians, underscores the ethical responsibilities that healthcare professionals uphold. These legacies remind us that the pursuit of knowledge is not merely academic, it holds the power to transform lives. As we navigate our contemporary world, it's increasingly evident that Greek culture is not a static relic of the past, but a dynamic force that continues to shape our collective consciousness. The ideals of democracy, the pursuit of knowledge, the appreciation for the arts, these are not just historical artifacts. They are living concepts that fuel our aspirations for a better future. In the shadows of Greece, we find inspiration, a reminder of our shared humanity, and the enduring quest for understanding. From the ancient philosophers who dared to question the nature of existence to the artists who captured the essence of human emotion, their contributions illuminate our path forward. As we reflect on their legacy, we are called to honor their spirit of inquiry and creativity, ensuring that the shadows of Greece continue to guide us in our pursuit of knowledge, beauty, and truth. In this exploration of Hellenic influences, we uncover not only the richness of our past, but also the potential for our future. Each lesson learned from ancient Greece serves as a beacon, lighting the way toward a deeper understanding of ourselves and the world around us. Let us carry these lessons forward, weaving them into the fabric of our lives and ensuring that the shadow of Greece remains a powerful force in shaping our journey through time. Imagine a world where the whispers of gods and the rituals of ancient priests filled the air, where darkened skies and the flight of birds foretold the fate of nations. This was the Etruscan realm, a civilization that thrived in the shadow of the Apennine Mountains, rich in culture, art, and, most importantly, religion. But as the sun set on this vibrant society, a new power emerged from the south, destined to reshape the landscape of the known world. Today, we delve into the decline of Etruscan religion as Rome rises to dominance, a transformation that reshaped not only the territories but the very fabric of belief itself. Picture yourself walking through a bustling Etruscan city, the sound of artisans hammering bronze and the smell of fresh bread wafting from a nearby bakery. Towering temples dedicated to gods like Tinia, the sky god, and Uni, the goddess of fertility, punctuate the skyline, their columns standing as a testament to the Etruscans' deep-seated spirituality. The people, adorned in their finest garments, are about to partake in a sacred ritual, invoking divine favor and guidance. For the Etruscans, religion was not merely a collection of beliefs, but the backbone of their identity. It shaped their politics, influenced their daily lives, and served as the foundation for their art and architecture. The Etruscans were pioneers in the interpretation of omens, believing that the gods communicated with them through the natural world. To them, every thunderclap, every flicker of a flame held a message. Yet, as Rome began to expand its influence, the intricate web of Etruscan beliefs started to unravel. By the 4th century BCE, Rome was a burgeoning city-state, its ambitions stretching beyond the Tiber River. The Etruscan cities, once vibrant and powerful, found themselves caught in the tide of Roman expansion. With each conquest, the Romans absorbed Etruscan territory, but more insidiously, they began to erode the very foundations of Etruscan spirituality. The Romans had their pantheon, deeply rooted in their own traditions and culture, and they wielded it as both a weapon and a shield against the beliefs of those they sought to conquer. As Roman legions marched into Etruria, they brought with them not only military might, but also a set of beliefs that would challenge the Etruscan way of life. The Romans were shrewd. They recognized the power of religion. They understood that to conquer a people, one must first conquer their gods. Etruscan temples were repurposed, their altars rededicated to Roman deities. The sacred rites of the Etruscans were gradually overshadowed by the rituals of Jupiter and Mars, the gods of the Romans. The Etruscan priesthood, once revered and powerful, found itself in a precarious position. These were men and women who had devoted their lives to understanding the will of the gods, interpreting omens, and leading their communities in worship. But as Etruscan cities fell under Roman control, their authority began to wane. Roman leaders often mocked or disregarded Etruscan practices, viewing them as quaint relics of a bygone era. The priests, stripped of their influence, struggled to preserve the old ways amidst the new regime. Yet, the decline of Etruscan religion did not happen overnight. As the Romans expanded their territory, they also adopted and adapted certain elements of Etruscan culture. Etruscan art influenced Roman aesthetics, and their religious practices were not entirely lost. Instead, they were syncretized, woven into the fabric of Roman life. The Romans were pragmatic. They understood the importance of maintaining local customs to pacify newly conquered populations. In this way, some aspects of Etruscan spirituality lingered, albeit transformed under the weight of Roman influence. Among the ruins of Etruscan cities, we find evidence of this cultural amalgamation. The grand frescoes that once illustrated Etruscan myths began to depict Roman legends, blending the stories of Aeneas with those of the Etruscan heroes. Temples once dedicated to Etruscan gods were adorned with statues of Roman deities, creating a visual tapestry that spoke to the merging of two worlds. Yet beneath this surface beauty lay a deeper, more troubling reality, the erosion of a once proud civilization's spiritual core. As the centuries progressed, the Etruscan language, rich with its own religious terminology and sacred texts, began to fade from common use. The Romans imposed their Latin language, and in doing so, they sidelined the spiritual lexicon of the Etruscans. Ancient texts, once cherished and preserved by Etruscan scribes, were lost to the winds of time, sidelined in favor of the classical works of Roman authors. The very words that once invoked the presence of the divine slipped into obscurity, taking with them the profound spiritual connection that had once defined Etruscan life. It was not just the language that faded. The sacred rituals, once vibrant and deeply woven into the fabric of Etruscan society, were relegated to the past. With every Roman festival and public ceremony, the memory of Etruscan rites dimmed. The grand processions that once honored the Etruscan gods were replaced by elaborate spectacles dedicated to the Roman pantheon. The sacred was transformed into the secular, and the divine whispers of the Etruscan gods were drowned out by the clamorous celebrations of their Roman counterparts. As we sift through the remains of Etruscan civilization, we uncover a poignant irony. The Romans, who sought to dominate and eradicate Etruscan religion, inadvertently preserved fragments of it. The Etruscan fascination with the afterlife, their elaborate burial practices, and their belief in the intercession of the gods would find echoes in Roman culture. The Romans, in their quest for supremacy, became inadvertent custodians of Etruscan legacy, even as they snuffed out the flame of its original expression. As we reflect on this transformation, it becomes evident that the decline of Etruscan religion was not merely a tale of conquest, but a complex interplay of adaptation and survival. The Etruscans, though diminished, did not vanish entirely. Their legacy lived on in the hearts and minds of those who had once worshipped in their temples, and in the very soil of Etruria, which had absorbed the echoes of their prayers and the weight of their rituals. In the end, the rise of Rome was not just a story of war and conquest. It was a narrative of cultural exchange, of resilience in the face of overwhelming change. As Etruscan gods faded from public worship, their essence lingered, intertwining with the beliefs of a new empire that would come to dominate the world. The decline of Etruscan religion marks a critical juncture in history, a reminder that belief, while powerful, is not impervious to the tides of change. Thus, we close this chapter on the decline of Etruscan religion and the rise of Roman dominance, pondering the delicate balance between power and belief and the enduring legacy of a civilization that, though diminished, continues to whisper its stories through the ages. As we turn our gaze to the next chapter in this unfolding saga, we prepare to explore the complexities of Roman religion, the gods they worshipped, and the ways in which they, too, would face the relentless march of time. In the shadows of history, amidst the ruins of ancient temples and forgotten rituals, a tapestry of belief weaves together the stories of cultures long past. Imagine walking through the bustling streets of Rome, where every corner whispers secrets of the gods that once ruled the lives of its citizens. Here, beneath the grandeur of marble columns and the echo of chiseled prayers, lies a profound mystery, the survival of Etruscan cults within Roman religion. How did these ancient practices endure, morphing into the very fabric of Roman spirituality? As we delve into this enigmatic world, we uncover a rich narrative of survival, adaptation, and the interplay of cultures. The Etruscans, whose civilization flourished in central Italy before the rise of Rome, were known for their profound religious practices, intricate rituals, and a pantheon of deities that shaped their daily lives. But as Rome expanded, swallowing up the Etruscan territories, one might wonder, what happened to their gods? Did they vanish, or did they find a new home within the hearts of Roman citizens? To understand this transformation, we must first journey back to the Etruscan heartland, a region characterized by its lush landscapes and vibrant city-states. The Etruscans were not merely a people. They were a civilization that thrived on divination, ancestral worship, and the veneration of deities tied to nature and the cosmos. Their practices were deeply intertwined with the rhythms of life, and their rituals reflected a profound understanding of the world around them. Among the Etruscans, the practice of haruspicy, the examination of the entrails of sacrificed animals, was a sacred art. This ritual was not just a practice of divination, but a communion with the divine, an attempt to decipher the will of the gods. Imagine the tension in the air as a priest, draped in ceremonial garb, approached the altar, the flickering flames casting dancing shadows on the stone. With each cut and careful observation, the priest interpreted the signs, seeking guidance for the community. As Rome began its ascent, absorbing the Etruscans into its vast empire, these rituals did not simply vanish. Instead, they evolved, adapting to the new context of Roman religion. The Romans were known for their ability to assimilate and incorporate the practices of the cultures they conquered. They recognized the significance of Etruscan rituals and deities, integrating them into their own pantheon with surprising ease. This fusion of beliefs created a rich tapestry of spirituality that would influence generations to come. Yet, the survival of Etruscan cults within Roman religion was not merely a matter of assimilation. It was a testament to the enduring power of belief. As we explore the Roman religious landscape, we encounter temples dedicated to Etruscan gods, where the faithful gathered to offer sacrifices and seek favor. The Roman god Jupiter, for instance, bore striking similarities to the Etruscan deity Tinia. This shared essence between the gods speaks to the fluidity of worship and the shared human desire to connect with the divine. One of the most fascinating aspects of this cultural exchange was the concept of the augur. In Etruscan society, augurs played a pivotal role, interpreting the will of the gods through signs in nature. As this practice seeped into Roman culture, the augur transformed into a respected figure, wielding significant influence over public and political life. The blending of Etruscan and Roman religious practices is evident in historical accounts of augury performed before battles, political decisions, and even the founding of new cities. As we delve deeper, we encounter the figure of the mundus, the sacred pit believed to connect the living with the dead. This concept, rooted in Etruscan beliefs, found its way into Roman practices surrounding the veneration of ancestors. The Romans embraced the idea of honoring their forebears, establishing rituals that echoed the Etruscan reverence for the past. The mundus became a symbol of continuity, a reminder that the past, while buried, was never truly gone. Amidst the grand temples and public ceremonies, the Etruscan influence also permeated the more intimate aspects of Roman life. Domestic worship, often overlooked in the annals of history, reveals how Etruscan practices persisted in the homes of Roman citizens. Household shrines, or lauraria, served as sacred spaces where families would honor their household gods and departed ancestors. Here we find echoes of Etruscan rituals, a quiet rebellion against the encroaching Roman pantheon. The personal connection to the divine remained steadfast, reminding us that faith often thrives in the most private corners of life. As we navigate this intricate tapestry of beliefs, it becomes evident that the survival of Etruscan cults was not merely a matter of cultural appropriation. Rather, it was a complex and dynamic exchange, a dialogue between two rich traditions that shaped the spiritual landscape of ancient Italy. The Romans, while forging their identity, recognized the value in the wisdom of the Etruscans, preserving and adapting their customs to create something uniquely Roman. Yet, this story of survival is not without its tragedies. As Rome expanded its empire, the very essence of Etruscan culture began to wane. The Etruscans, once a dominant force in Italy, faced the reality of cultural assimilation. Their language faded, their cities crumbled, and their gods were relegated to the shadows. The irony lies in the fact that the survival of their cults within Roman practice often came at the cost of their distinct identity. As we draw closer to the end of our exploration, we must reflect on the legacy of the Etruscan cults within Roman religion. What can we learn from their survival? The story of the Etruscans is one of resilience, a reminder that belief is a powerful force that transcends time and circumstance. Their rituals and deities may have been integrated into the Roman pantheon, but their essence endured, shaping the spiritual lives of countless generations. Today, as we walk through the ruins of ancient Rome, we are confronted with the remnants of these beliefs. The temples that once echoed with prayers to Etruscan gods now stand as silent witnesses to a rich and complex history. The blending of cultures, the survival of traditions, and the enduring quest for meaning remind us that the past is never truly gone. It lives on in the stories we tell, the rituals we perform, and the beliefs we hold dear. In conclusion, the survival of Etruscan cults within Roman religion reflects not only the resilience of faith but also the intricate tapestry of human experience. As we continue to unravel the threads of history, let us honor the Etruscans, the guardians of ancient wisdom, whose legacy continues to influence our understanding of spirituality today. Through their survival, we find a profound connection to our own beliefs, reminding us that even in the face of change, the human spirit seeks the divine, forever reaching out to the mysteries that lie beyond. Hidden beneath layers of earth, shrouded in mystery and time, lie the remnants of ancient civilizations that once flourished across the globe. These archaeological treasures, temples, texts, and tombs serve as silent witnesses to humanity's rich tapestry of history. They whisper stories of worship, power, and the eternal quest for understanding life and death. As we embark on this journey, prepare to delve deep into the past, where every stone tells a story and every inscription holds a key to unraveling the secrets of our ancestors. Our exploration begins with the magnificent temples that dominate the landscapes of ancient cultures. Imagine standing before the towering columns of the Parthenon, each intricately carved to honor the goddess Athena. Built in the 5th century BCE, this temple is not merely a structure. It is a testament to the ingenuity and artistry of the ancient Greeks. The Parthenon, with its majestic Doric columns and stunning friezes, was designed not only for worship, but also to showcase the power and wealth of Athens during its golden age. Each stone was meticulously chosen, each artist's touch a reflection of the values held dear by the people. Yet, temples are not confined to the realms of Greece. In the heart of Egypt, the grand temples of Karnak and Luxor beckon with their monumental scale and elaborate hieroglyphs. These sacred spaces were dedicated to the gods, intended to bridge the gap between the mortal and divine. As we walk through the vast halls adorned with images of pharaohs and deities, we can almost hear the echoes of ancient prayers and rituals. The walls resonate with the lives of those who once worshipped here, their hopes and fears immortalized in stone. One cannot speak of temples without acknowledging the role they played in the social and political spheres of their time. The Temple of Angkor Wat in Cambodia stands as a prime example. Originally built as a Hindu temple dedicated to the god Vishnu, it later transformed into a Buddhist sanctuary. This stunning monument, surrounded by a vast moat and intricate bas-reliefs, exemplifies the dynamic interplay of religion and governance. Angkor Wat is not just a place of worship. It served as a symbol of the Khmer Empire's might and artistry, influencing generations to come. Transitioning from the grandeur of temples, we turn our attention to the enigmatic texts that have survived the ravages of time. These ancient writings, etched onto stone tablets or inscribed onto papyrus, are windows into the minds and hearts of those who lived centuries ago. The Epic of Gilgamesh, one of the oldest known literary works, emerges from the sands of Mesopotamia. This tale of heroism and friendship, chronicling the adventures of a Sumerian king, offers profound insights into humanity's quest for immortality and understanding. As we read the inscribed cuneiform characters, we are reminded that the struggles and aspirations of our ancestors are not so different from our own. Similarly, the Rosetta Stone, discovered in 1799, became the key to deciphering Egyptian hieroglyphs. This remarkable artifact, engraved with 3 scripts, Greek, Demotic, and hieroglyphic, unlocked the door to understanding a civilization that had long been shrouded in mystery. With the translation of the hieroglyphs, scholars began to piece together the stories of the pharaohs and the rituals of the afterlife. The Rosetta Stone serves as a reminder of the power of language and the importance of communication across ages, connecting us with voices from the past. In the realm of texts, we must also pay homage to the ancient libraries that once flourished. The Library of Alexandria, one of the wonders of the ancient world, housed countless scrolls and texts from across the known universe. Scholars from various cultures gathered here, sharing knowledge and ideas, making it a beacon of enlightenment. Although much of the library's collection was lost to time, the legacy of intellectual pursuit and the thirst for knowledge it represented continue to inspire us today. As we traverse through this rich landscape of temples and texts, we arrive at the final piece of our journey: tombs. These eternal resting places are more than mere graves. They are reflections of beliefs about life, death, and the afterlife. The pyramids of Giza, standing defiantly against the skyline of Cairo, are perhaps the most iconic tombs in the world. Built as monumental burial sites for pharaohs, these structures were designed to ensure a safe passage into the afterlife. The Great Pyramid of Khufu, with its precise alignment to the stars, exemplifies the ancient Egyptians' extraordinary understanding of architecture and astronomy. In stark contrast, the tomb of Tutankhamun, discovered by Howard Carter in 1922, revealed a treasure trove of artifacts that have captivated the world. The sheer opulence of the young pharaoh's burial chamber, filled with gilded items, intricate jewelry, and the famous golden mask, offers insight into the beliefs and practices surrounding death and the afterlife in ancient Egypt. This discovery not only changed our understanding of Egyptian history, but also ignited a fascination with archaeology that endures to this day. Venturing beyond Egypt, we find ourselves in the heart of the Andes, where the Inca civilization constructed elaborate tombs for their rulers. The discovery of the tomb of the Lord of Sipan in Peru unveiled a wealth of gold and intricate artifacts, shedding light on the complex society that revered its leaders. Each item buried alongside this ancient king tells a story of power, sacrifice, and the belief that the afterlife was a continuation of life on earth. The tombs of ancient China also beckon with their mysteries. The terracotta army, buried alongside the first emperor, Qin Shi Huang, is a spectacular testament to the lengths taken to ensure protection in the afterlife. Each soldier, meticulously crafted and unique, reflects the emperor's desire for immortality and the preservation of his legacy. The sheer scale of this archaeological find challenges our understanding of ancient China's military and artistic prowess. As we draw this journey to a close, it becomes evident that temples, texts, and tombs are more than mere relics of the past. They are the threads that weave together the fabric of human history. They stand as reminders of our shared humanity, of the questions that have persisted through the ages, about existence, belief, and our place in the cosmos. In the quiet corners of these ancient sites, we find echoes of laughter, whispers of prayers, and the solemnity of reflection. We are reminded that the quest for meaning and understanding transcends time and culture. As we continue to unearth these treasures, we not only uncover the lives of those who came before us, but also confront our own fears and aspirations. The story of humanity is written in stone, ink, and bone, waiting patiently for us to listen and learn. And as we stand on the shoulders of giants, we realize that the past is not just history. It is a living, breathing entity that shapes our present and guides our future. Imagine wandering through the verdant hills of Tuscany, where the sun-dappled landscape whispers secrets of a civilization that flourished long before the rise of the Roman Empire. Just beneath the surface lies an enigma that has captivated historians, archaeologists, and curious minds for centuries: the Etruscans. Who were these people? And what is it about their culture that continues to intrigue scholars today? Their legacy, marked by mysterious inscriptions, stunning art, and an advanced society, beckons us to explore the depths of their influence on the ancient world. As we delve into the Etruscan enigma, we find ourselves captivated not only by their achievements, but also by the puzzles that remain unsolved. With little written documentation from the Etruscans themselves, their language, customs, and beliefs are shrouded in mystery. The tantalizing fragments of their existence compel scholars to piece together a narrative that remains frustratingly incomplete, like a jigsaw puzzle missing its most crucial pieces. This is a tale of fascination, a testament to human curiosity and the relentless pursuit of understanding a culture that shaped the very foundations of Rome. The Etruscans thrived in central Italy from the 8th century BCE until their gradual absorption into the Roman Republic. During this era, they established city-states, developed a unique script, and left behind breathtaking tombs adorned with intricate frescoes and sculptures. The grandeur of their civilization raises questions that scholars have grappled with for generations. Who influenced whom in the cultural exchange that defined the Mediterranean? Did the Etruscans shape Roman religion, politics, and art, or were they merely a precursor, fading into obscurity as Rome's power eclipsed all others? At the heart of this inquiry is the Etruscan language, a puzzle that has stumped linguists for centuries. Unlike Latin, which has left an indelible mark on modern languages, Etruscan remains largely untranslatable. Scholars have identified a few hundred inscriptions, short, cryptic messages etched into stone or painted on pottery, but the majority of the language remains elusive. This linguistic barrier only deepens the mystique surrounding the Etruscans. What stories lie hidden in their words, waiting for the right scholar to unlock their secrets? As archaeologists dig deeper into Etruscan sites, they uncover artifacts that offer glimpses into the daily lives of these ancient people. From exquisite pottery to intricately crafted jewelry, each discovery adds to the tapestry of Etruscan culture. Yet the artifacts also raise questions. The presence of Greek and Near Eastern influences suggests a vibrant trade network and cultural exchange. Did the Etruscans adopt and adapt these styles, or did they create a unique synthesis that would later influence Rome? Scholars have long debated the Etruscan pantheon, a rich tapestry of deities that reflects both indigenous beliefs and borrowed elements from Greek mythology. The Etruscans worshipped gods like Tinia, the sky god, and Uni, a goddess associated with love and war. Temples dedicated to these deities were adorned with vibrant frescoes depicting mythological scenes. Yet the meaning behind these images remains a subject of fervent debate. What can we infer about Etruscan spirituality and its role in their society? The answers are layered and complex, inviting scholars to examine the intersection of faith and culture. In the realm of art, the Etruscans were skilled craftsmen, leaving behind a legacy of stunning frescoes, sculptures, and ceramics. Their tombs, often resembling miniature houses, were adorned with intricate murals that depicted scenes of daily life, banquets, and athletic competitions. These artistic expressions serve as a window into their values, aspirations, and social structures. Yet, the question lingers. What message were they trying to convey to the afterlife? The vibrant colors and dynamic poses suggest a society that celebrated life, but the lack of written context leaves scholars to speculate endlessly. The Etruscans were also known for their advanced engineering and urban planning. Cities like Tarquinia and Cerveteri featured intricate road systems and impressive drainage systems, showcasing a sophistication that rivals contemporary civilizations. As scholars sift through layers of ancient rubble, they marvel at the ingenuity of Etruscan builders. Yet, despite their technological prowess, the reasons for their eventual decline remain shrouded in ambiguity. How did a civilization that once thrived succumb to external pressures and internal strife? Throughout history, the Etruscans have been the subject of fascination and sometimes misinterpretation. In the 19th century, a resurgence of interest in Etruscan culture inspired romanticized notions of a noble, mystical race. This portrayal, while captivating, often obscured the complexity of their society. Modern scholars strive for a more nuanced understanding, challenging stereotypes and exploring the multifaceted nature of Etruscan identity. They investigate the roles of gender, class, and ethnicity in shaping Etruscan society, revealing a vibrant and diverse community that defies simplistic categorizations. As we navigate the intricate web of Etruscan history, we encounter a cast of characters, pioneering archaeologists, passionate linguists, and dedicated historians, each contributing to the ongoing quest for understanding. Their stories intertwine with the artifacts they study, creating a rich narrative that speaks to the human desire to connect with the past. The pursuit of knowledge is not merely an academic endeavor, it is a journey that resonates with our own quest for identity and meaning. In recent years, technological advancements have opened new avenues for exploring the Etruscan world. Non-invasive imaging techniques allow researchers to examine artifacts without damaging them, revealing hidden layers of history. DNA analysis provides insights into population dynamics and migration patterns, shedding light on the origins of the Etruscans. As interdisciplinary collaboration flourishes, scholars from diverse fields unite in their quest to decode the enigmatic legacy of these ancient people. Yet, amidst the excitement of discovery, challenges persist. The preservation of Etruscan sites remains a pressing concern as modern development encroaches upon ancient landscapes. Scholars advocate for the protection of these invaluable cultural treasures, recognizing that the Etruscan story is not merely a relic of the past, but a living legacy that informs our present and future. As we reflect on the enduring fascination with the Etruscans, we are reminded of the complexities of history. Each artifact, inscription and tomb tells a story that transcends time, inviting us to engage with the humanity of those who came before us. The Etruscans may remain an enigma, but their legacy continues to inspire inquiry, igniting a spark of curiosity that has the power to bridge generations. In the end, the Etruscan enigma is not just about unraveling the mysteries of a lost civilization. It is a testament to our collective quest for understanding, a journey that binds us to the past while propelling us into the future. As scholars and enthusiasts alike continue to explore the depths of Etruscan culture, we are reminded that history is not a distant echo, but a vibrant dialogue that enriches our shared human experience. Through the lens of the Etruscans, we find not only answers, but also questions that lead us deeper into our own identities, urging us to seek connections across time and space. Imagine wandering through the rolling hills of central Italy, where the remnants of a once thriving civilization lie hidden beneath the soil, whispering secrets of a faith that shaped the world. The Etruscans, a mysterious people who flourished long before the rise of Rome, left behind a legacy of art, architecture, and spirituality that continues to intrigue scholars and enthusiasts alike. But what if I told you that their faith, steeped in rituals and divine interactions, still holds relevance in our modern lives. Join us as we delve into the eternal secrets of the Etruscan faith and uncover why it matters now more than ever. As the sun sets over the ancient city of Tarquinia, shadows dance across the walls of its necropolis, where tombs adorned with vibrant frescoes tell tales of the afterlife. Here, the Etruscans believed in a complex pantheon of gods, each representing various aspects of life and death. Their faith was not just about worship, it was a way to connect with the divine, to seek guidance, and to understand their place in the cosmos. These ancient beliefs were woven into the very fabric of their society, influencing everything from politics to daily life. But what exactly did the Etruscans believe? At the core of their faith was a profound respect for the forces of nature and the cosmos. They viewed the world as a living entity, imbued with spirits that guided and protected them. This animistic perspective fostered a deep connection to the land, which in turn shaped their agricultural practices and social structures. The Etruscans understood that their survival depended on harmony with the environment, a lesson that resonates powerfully in today's world as we grapple with climate change and environmental degradation. As we explore these ancient beliefs, we discover that the Etruscans were not just passive recipients of divine will. They actively engaged with their gods through rituals, sacrifices, and divination. The practice of haruspicy, or examining the entrails of sacrificed animals, was one such method they used to decipher the will of the gods. This intricate system of omens and signs provided a framework for decision-making, connecting the spiritual and the mundane in a way that emphasized the importance of intuition and reflection. In a fast-paced world that often prioritizes logic over intuition, the Etruscan approach offers a refreshing reminder of the value of looking beyond the surface. The Etruscans also held a strong belief in the afterlife, a concept that profoundly shaped their burial practices. Their elaborate tombs, filled with treasures and everyday items, reveal a society that viewed death not as an end, but as a transition to another existence. They imagined a vibrant afterlife where the deceased would continue to engage with the living, a notion that echoes in many cultures today. This enduring belief in interconnectedness invites us to reflect on our relationships with those who have passed and encourages us to honor their memories in meaningful ways. One cannot speak of the Etruscan faith without acknowledging the influence it had on the development of Roman religion. As the Etruscans established themselves as a dominant force in Italy, their beliefs seeped into the very foundation of Roman spirituality. The Romans adopted Etruscan gods and rituals, transforming them to fit their own cultural narrative. This cultural exchange underscores the importance of the Etruscan faith, not only as a standalone belief system, but also as a crucial stepping stone in the evolution of Western spirituality. But why should we care about the Etruscans today? In a world increasingly dominated by technology and materialism, their faith offers a rich tapestry of wisdom that encourages us to reconnect with nature, honor our ancestors, and seek meaning in our lives. The Etruscans understood the importance of community, ritual, and spirituality, values that are often overshadowed in our quest for progress. Their legacy challenges us to reconsider what it means to live a fulfilled life, one that embraces both the spiritual and the practical. In recent years, there has been a resurgence of interest in ancient cultures and their spiritual practices. People are seeking alternative paths to fulfillment, looking for meaning beyond the confines of modern society. The Etruscan faith, with its emphasis on balance and harmony, offers a compelling framework for those on this journey. Their holistic approach to life encourages us to listen to the whispers of the earth, to honor the connections we share with one another, and to find peace in the cycles of existence. Consider the rituals that once filled Etruscan life, the festivals, the offerings, the communal gatherings. These practices fostered a sense of belonging, a reminder that we are part of something larger than ourselves. In our increasingly isolated and digitized world, the value of community cannot be overstated. By looking to the Etruscans, we can find inspiration to cultivate connections with those around us, nurturing bonds that transcend time and space. The Etruscans taught us that spirituality is not confined to temples or sacred texts. It is embedded in the rhythms of our daily lives. Their reverence for nature serves as a powerful reminder of our need to reconnect with the earth, to honor its resources, and to recognize our responsibility as stewards of the planet. In a time when environmental crises loom large, the teachings of the Etruscans challenge us to adopt a more sustainable lifestyle, one that respects the delicate balance of life. While the Etruscan civilization may have faded into obscurity, their faith continues to resonate through the ages. Their stories, their beliefs, and their practices offer a wealth of knowledge and insight into the human experience. As we navigate the complexities of modern life, the Etruscan faith invites us to slow down, reflect, and reconnect with the deeper currents of existence. It reminds us that we are not alone in our struggles, that our ancestors walk with us in spirit, guiding us toward a more meaningful and harmonious life. As we close this exploration into the eternal secrets of the Etruscan faith, let us carry their legacy forward. Let us honor their wisdom by embracing the lessons they imparted, lessons of connection, balance, and reverence for the world around us. In doing so, we not only keep their spirit alive, but also enrich our own lives with the profound understanding that we are part of a much larger tapestry, woven together by the threads of time, faith, and shared humanity. The Etruscans may have left the stage of history, but their echoes continue to resonate, inviting us to ponder the mysteries of existence and the sacredness of life. In this modern age, where questions abound and uncertainties loom, perhaps it is time to listen closely to the whispers of the past. For in those whispers, we may just find the guidance we seek, illuminating our paths with the timeless wisdom of the Etruscan faith. Imagine standing on the edge of a vast horizon, where the sun dips below the mountains, casting a fiery glow that signals the end of a day. This moment, both beautiful and haunting, embodies the essence of what we explore today, the concept of end. It is a word that evokes a spectrum of emotions and interpretations, from the finality of mortality to the conclusion of a cherished story. Each ending, in its own way, opens the door to a new chapter, a new beginning, and perhaps a new understanding of existence itself. As we journey through this exploration of endings, we will dive deep into the myriad ways this concept has shaped our lives, our cultures, and our beliefs. Endings are not merely conclusions, they are transformative moments that can inspire reflection, growth, and renewal. What does it mean to confront an ending? How do we process it? And how can we find meaning in the ephemeral nature of life? Consider the ancient rituals surrounding death. Cultures around the globe have developed unique ways to honor those who have passed, transforming the end of life into a celebration of existence. From the vibrant Dia de los Muertos in Mexico, where families create altars adorned with marigolds, photographs, and favorite foods of their deceased loved ones, to the solemn and reflective practices of Tibetan sky burials, where bodies are offered to the elements as a final act of generosity. These traditions remind us that while the physical form may come to an end, the memories and legacies of those we have loved continue to resonate through time. Yet endings are not confined to the realm of death. They permeate our everyday lives in countless forms: relationships that fade, careers that conclude, and stories that reach their climax. Think back to a moment when a significant chapter of your life closed. Perhaps it was a bittersweet farewell as you graduated from school, leaving behind friends and familiar hallways. Or maybe it was the heart-wrenching goodbye to a partner, a decision made after countless sleepless nights of contemplation. Each of these moments carries a weight that can feel unbearable, yet within that pain lies the potential for transformation. Let us consider the artistic representation of endings. The world of literature and film is rich with narratives that explore the theme of finality. Think of the last pages of a beloved book or the final scene of a gripping movie. These moments are crafted with care, designed to leave an indelible mark on the audience. Shakespeare's tragedies often culminate in the demise of characters who have faced insurmountable odds, leaving us with profound reflections on fate, choice, and consequence. Similarly, in modern cinema, films like The Shawshank Redemption and The Pursuit of Happiness illustrate how endings can serve as catalysts for resilience and hope, reminding us that after every dark night, a new dawn awaits. Yet, there is an uncomfortable truth we must confront: the fear of endings. It lurks in the shadows of our psyche, whispering doubts and insecurities about the unknown. The end of something cherished can provoke anxiety, making us cling to the familiar even when it no longer serves us. This fear can lead to stagnation, preventing us from embracing change and seeking new opportunities. How do we move beyond this fear? How do we learn to let go? One powerful way to confront the fear of endings is through mindfulness and acceptance. By practicing being present in the moment, we can cultivate a sense of peace that allows us to navigate life's transitions with grace. Imagine standing in a serene forest, the leaves rustling gently in the breeze. In that stillness, one can find clarity, recognizing that every ending is also a form of release, a chance to shed the old and make space for the new. We also find comfort in the cyclical nature of life. The seasons remind us that endings are not final. They are part of an ongoing rhythm that defines our existence. Spring inevitably follows winter, and with it comes renewal and rebirth. The end of a relationship might mean the beginning of a journey towards self-discovery, while the conclusion of a project can pave the way for new ventures. Each cycle we experience can teach us resilience, encouraging us to trust the process of life itself. Now, let us delve into the realm of endings in the context of our planet. Environmental change is a pressing issue of our time, challenging us to confront the end of ecosystems, species, and even entire climates as we know them. The extinction of the passenger pigeon in the early 20th century serves as a stark reminder of the fragility of life. Once numbering in the billions, this bird vanished from the skies due to overhunting and habitat destruction. What lessons can we learn from this tragic end? How can we honor the past while working toward a more sustainable future? Movements like the conservation efforts of many organizations today strive to ensure that the end of one species does not herald the end of the planet's biodiversity. They remind us that while we may face the loss of certain aspects of our environment, we also possess the agency to create change, to protect what remains, and to nurture the seeds of hope for future generations. As we ponder these profound themes, the notion of endings takes on a deeper significance. It is not merely a cessation, it is an invitation to engage with our lives more fully. How we respond to endings shapes our character and our experiences, allowing us to grow, to transform, and to discover new paths forward. In our exploration of endings, we encounter the idea of legacy. What do we leave behind when we close a chapter? The impact of our actions reverberates through time, influencing those who come after us. It is a reminder that every ending carries the potential for new beginnings, not just for ourselves but for the world around us. Reflect on the stories of individuals who have faced profound endings with courage and grace. Consider the life of Nelson Mandela, who, after decades of imprisonment, emerged not with bitterness, but with a vision for reconciliation and unity. His life became a testament to the power of transformation, illustrating that even the most painful endings can lead to monumental change. As we draw near to the conclusion of our exploration, let us remember that endings are woven into the very fabric of our existence. They challenge us, teach us, and ultimately guide us toward the next stages of our journey. Embracing the inevitability of endings invites us to live with intention, to cherish each moment, and to find beauty even in the face of loss. So, as the sun sets on today's exploration, let us carry forward the wisdom gleaned from our reflections. Every ending is but a stepping stone towards something new, a reminder that life is a continuous flow of beginnings and endings, interlaced in a dance as old as time itself. In this grand tapestry of existence, may we learn to honor the endings while celebrating the endless possibilities that lie ahead.